Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Force over here, and welcome back to another video. Well, another live stream. Let me fix my camera here. Close enough. Anyway, welcome back to another live stream. Today, well, tonight, technically speaking, I will be reading the second half of Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul, as you guys have seen. If you haven't seen the first part, well, I highly recommend watching that too because these stories are actually really good stories. No matter how happy, how sad, or how in between the happy and sad they are, it's a really good book to listen to, especially if you, because someone like me, you get some life lessons out of these stories. So that's why I say, while I would traditionally obviously rate it PG-13 because it is aimed at teenagers, I do believe that even adults could find something in this book uh, to think on, you know. But in any case, we're gonna get ready to read this book. We was on section 5 in this book, so without further ado, let's begin. Section 5, on learning. First a quote before we begin with the first story. School has taught me not only how to learn in the classroom, but outside the classroom as well. Where do you think I learned how to climb, swing, and skip? Where do you think I learned how to meet my best friend? Jesse Braun, age 18. Egg lessons. But first, a quote. We should be careful to get out of an experience only the wisdom that is in it. Let me rephrase that. That sounded like I did a pause there. Because I did a pause there. Let me rephrase that. We should be careful to get out of an experience only the wisdom that is in it. Mark Twain. Robbie Rogers. My first love. What a great guy, too. He was kind, honest, and smart. In fact, the more I think about him, the more reasons I find for loving him as much as I did. We had been going out for a whole year. As you know, in high school, that's a very long time. I don't remember why I was not at Nancy's party that Saturday night, but Robbie and I had agreed that we would see each other afterward. He would. Here, hold on, let me fix this up a little bit here. That's better. Maybe you can see more. Well, actually. Oh, not that far down. Come on, calm down. Alright, that's close. That's good enough. Okay, let me rephrase. Let me say that sentence again. I don't remember why I was not at Nancy's party that Saturday night, but Robbie and I had agreed we would see each other afterward. He would come over around 10:30. Robbie always showed up when he said he would, so at 11 o'clock I started feeling sick. I knew something wasn't right. On Sunday morning, he woke me with a phone call. We need to talk. Can I come over? I wanted to say, no, you cannot come over here and tell me something is wrong. Instead, I said, sure, and hung up with a knot in my stomach. I had been right. I got together with Sue Roth last night, Robbie informed me, and we're going out now. He followed with the usual, I'm so confused. I would never do anything to hurt you, Kim. I'll always love you. I must have turned white because I felt the blood leave my face. This wasn't what I expected. My reaction surprised me. I felt such anger that I was unable to complete a sentence. I was so hurt that everything but the pain in my heart seemed to be moving in slow motion. Come on, Kim, don't be like this. We can be friends, can't we? Those are the cruelest words to utter to someone you're dumping. I had loved him deeply, shared every little weakness and vulnerability with him, not to mention the 4 hours a day I had spent with him for the last year, not counting the phone time. I wanted to hit him really hard over and over until he found as horrible as I did. Instead, I asked him to leave. I think I said something sarcastic like, I hear Sue calling you. If you hear the background noise, that's my dogs. They like to bark a lot at things that aren't even there. Oh my god, we got a ghost, I guess. I don't know. As I sat on my bed and cried for hours, I hurt so bad that nothing could make it stop. I even tried eating an entire gallon of ice cream. I played all of our favorite songs again and again, torturing myself with memories of good times and kind words. After making myself ill with shameless self-indulgence, I made a decision. I would turn to revenge. My thinking went like this. Sue Roth was one of my closest friends. Good friends do not throw themselves at your boyfriend when you're not around. Obviously, she should pay. That weekend, I bought a few dozen eggs and headed for Sue's house with a couple of friends. I started out just venting a little anger, but it got worse. So when someone found an open basement window, we threw the remaining eggs inside. But that's not the worst part. The Roths were out of town for 3 days. As I lay in my bed that night, I started to think about what we had done. This is bad, Kim. This is really bad. Soon it was all over school. Robbie and Sue were going out, and someone had egged her house while she was out of town. And it was so bad that her parents had to hire a professional to get rid of the smell. Hey, John Pica! Been a while. How you been? How you been, man? Well, hell, we haven't seen each other in a while, whether it be me on your stream or you on mine. How you been? As soon as I got home from school, my mom was waiting to talk. Kim, my phone has been ringing all day and I don't know what to say. Please, you have to tell me. Did you do it? No, Mom, I didn't. It felt really bad to lie to my mom. My mother was furious when she got on the phone and called Mrs. Roth. I'm good. How have you been? I've been doing pretty well. Yeah, I've been doing pretty well. Doing whatever I've done. I'm doing pretty well with things in general, both YouTube and life. It's really nice. My mother was furious when she got on the phone to call Mrs. Roth. This is Helen. I want you to stop accusing my daughter of throwing eggs at your house. She was yelling at Sue's mother now, her voice getting louder and louder. If you guys want to turn your volume down, because I'm gonna have to yell at this part. I'm laughing because I have to yell. I'm not laughing at the situation. Situation of the story is serious, but I'm laughing at the fact that I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to start shouting now a little bit. And it's probably gonna have a family member come into my room and be like, "What's going on back here?" Nothing. Alright. Kim would never do such a thing. And I want you to stop telling people that she did. She was really going now. And what's more, I want you to apologize to me and my daughter. I just feel like I'm hearing movement out there just now. If this family member actually comes back here for me yelling. I'm just saying. Anyway. Getting back to the seriousness of this crazy story. I felt good about the way my mom was sticking up for me, but awful about the reality. That rhymed somehow, but whatever. The feelings were all sort of twisted inside of me, and I knew that I had to tell her the truth. I signaled for my mom to get off the phone. She hung up, reached for the table, and sat down. She knew. I cried and told her how sorry I was. Then she cried too. I would have preferred anger, but she'd used all of that up on Mrs. Roth. I called Mrs. Roth and told her I'd give her every penny of my babysitting savings to help pay for the damages. She accepted, but told me not to come over until she was ready to forgive me. Mom and I stayed up late that night, talking and crying. She told me about the time her boyfriend left her for her sister. I asked her if she'd egged her own house, and she actually laughed. She told me that although I'd done a terrible thing, it made her furious to think about the things Mrs. Roth had said on the phone. After all, Mom said, what about the fact that her daughter steals boyfriends? Then she told me how hard it is sometimes being a parent because you want to yell at everyone who causes your child pain, but you can't. You have to stand back and watch while your children learn hard lessons on their own. I told my mom how incredible it had felt to hear her defend me like that, and at the end of the night I told her how special it was to spend this kind of time with her. She gave me a hug and said, "Good. We can spend next Saturday night together and the one after that." I did tell you, didn't I, that you're grounded for 2 weeks? Kimberly Kerberger, aka one of the authors of this book. She, she is very, I love how you gave me a rating for my yelling. Okay. But anyway, yeah, she's actually more involved in this book than I've seen in the other guys, like when it comes to, writing the stories down and helping others with their stories. Because I'm seeing her name pop up more than the other two, Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen. Next story. A Long Walk Home. But first, a quote. Because these quotes sometimes pop up in between a story, in this story. Well, before the story is supposed to begin, but whatever. Either way. The quote. Experience. That most brutal of teachers. But you learn. My God, do you learn. C.S. Lewis. If anybody knows that name, it's because he is the author of the Chronicles of Narnia, the whole series of books. Which is very ironic for me because I have literally 2 sets of the books, 2 sets of the series. I have one set, which is basically the 7 books separately, and I have another book over here that has the whole series in one big massive book. Yes, I am a big Chronicles of Narnia fan. I can't fucking help it. Anyway. I grew up in the south of Spain in a little community called Estepona. I apologize if I mispronounce any names or cities or locations. I was 16 when one morning my father told me I could drive him in a remote village called Mijas, about 18 miles away, on the condition that I take the car in to be serviced at a nearby garage. Having just learned to drive and hardly ever having the opportunity to use that car, I readily accepted. Take a wild guess what's about to happen. I drove Dad into Mijas and promised to pick him up at 4 p.m., then drove to a nearby garage and dropped off the car. Because I had a few hours to spare, I decided to catch a couple of movies at a theater near the garage. However, I became so immersed in the films that I completely lost track of time. When the last movie had finished, I looked down at my watch. It was 6 o'clock. I was 2 hours late. I knew Dad would be angry if he found out I'd been watching movies. He'd never let me drive again. I decided to tell him that the car needed some repairs and that they had taken longer than had been expected. I drove up to the place where we had planned to meet and saw Dad, waiting waiting patiently on the corner. I apologized for being late and told him that I'd come as quickly as I could, but the car had needed some major repairs. I'll never forget the look he gave me. I'm disappointed that you feel you have to lie to me, Jason. What do you mean? I'm telling the truth. Dad looked at me again. When you did not show up, I called the garage to ask if there were any problems, and they told me that you had not yet picked up the car. So you see, I know there were no problems with the car. A rush of guilt ran through me as I feebly confessed to my trip to the movie theater and the real reason for my tardiness. Dad listened intently as the sadness passed through him. I'm angry. Not with you, but with myself. You see, I realize that I have failed as a father if after all these years you feel that you have to lie to me. I have failed because I have brought up a son who cannot even tell the truth to his own father. I'm going to walk home now and contemplate where I have gone wrong all these years. But Dad, it's an 8 miles to home. It's dark. You can't walk home. My protests, my apologies, and the rest of my utterances were useless. I had let my father down, and I was about to learn one of the most painful lessons of my life. Dad began walking along the dusty roads. I quickly jumped in the car and followed behind, hoping he would relent. I pleaded all the way, telling him how sorry I was, but he simply ignored me, continuing on silently, thoughtfully, and painfully. For 18 miles I drove behind him, averaging about 5 miles per hour. Seeing my father in so much physical and emotional pain was the most distressing and painful experience that I have ever faced. However, it was also the most successful lesson. I have never lied to him since. Jason Boccaro. It should be duly noted, there's a lesson that I've learned in recent times, some years ago. Regardless if I learned it on my own or by way of somebody else, doesn't matter. It's just the fact that I learned this lesson. It's always better to tell the truth, even if it means hurting somebody's feelings, than to tell a bullcrap lie and hurt that person's feelings even more. It's not worth lying. Lying is not worth it, because eventually the person you're lying to will find out the truth in some way, and then you're gonna hurt them even more. So, moral of the story, don't fucking lie. I know I used a cuss word in there, but I'm telling you, that's sort of a way to emphasize it. Don't lie to anybody. It don't matter who it is. Even if it's just some random stranger on the street. Don't lie to people. Because you're going to hurt them worse than you think it will. That's the lesson from that story. Next story. The cost of gratefulness. I was about 13. My father frequently took me on short outings on Saturdays. Sometimes we went to a park or to a marina to look at boats. My favorites were trips to junk stores where we could admire old electronic stuff. Once in a while we would buy something for 50 cents just to take it apart. On the way home from these trips, Dad frequently stopped at the Dairy Queen for 10-cent ice cream cones. Not every single time, just often enough. I couldn't expect it, but I could hope and pray from the time we started heading home to that critical corner where we would either go straight for the ice cream or turn and go home empty-handed. That corner meant either mouth-watering excitement or disappointment. A few times my father teased me by going home the long way. I'm just going this way for variety, he would say as we drove by the Dairy Queen without stopping. It was a game, and I was well fed, so we're not talking torture here. On the best days, he would ask, in a tone that made it sound novel and spontaneous, "Would you like an ice cream cone?" And I would say, "That sounds great, Dad." I'd always have chocolate, and he'd have vanilla. Now this is going to make me ask the question, what is, to anybody watching this, you can also put this in the comments if you're watching the VOD. What is your favorite flavor of ice cream? Chocolate, vanilla. This is basically gonna be like the Splatoon. This is gonna be like the Splatfest. Only difference is, it's not a Splatfest. It's literally just a random question on what your favorite ice cream flavor is. Chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, mint chip, cookies and cream. There's so many different flavors of ice cream, it's not even funny, I'm telling you. He would hand me 20 cents and I would run in to buy the usual. We'd eat them in the car. I loved my dad and I loved ice cream. So that was heaven. One fateful day we were heading home and I was hoping and praying for the beautiful sound of his offer. It came. Would you like an ice cream cone today? That sounds great, Dad. But then he said, it sounds good to me too, son. How would you like to treat today? 20 cents! 20 cents! My mind reeled. I could afford it. I got 25 cents a week allowance, plus some extra for odd jobs. But saving money was important. Dad told me that. And when it was my money, ice cream just wasn't a good use of it. Why didn't it occur to me that this was a golden opportunity to give something back to my very generous father? Why didn't I think that he had bought me 30 ice cream cones and I had never bought him one? But all I could think was, 20 cents! In a fit of selfish, miserly ingratitude, I said the awful words that have rung in my ears ever since. Well, in that case, I guess I'll pass. My father just said, okay, son. But as we turned to head home, I realized how wrong I was and begged him to turn back. I'll pay, I pleaded. But he just said, that's okay. We don't really need one. And wouldn't hear my pleading. We drove home. I felt awful for my selfishness and ungratefulness. He didn't rub it in or even act disappointed. But I don't think he could have done anything to make a deeper impression on me. I learned that generosity goes two ways, and gratefulness sometimes costs a little more than thank you. On that day, gratefulness would have cost 20 cents, and it would have been the best ice cream I'd ever had. I'll tell you one more thing. We went on another trip the next week, and as we approached the crucial corner, I said, Dad, would you like an ice cream cone today? My treat. Randall Jones. Great read, love your stream. So, hey, Base Redemption, how you doing tonight? And thank you for the thank you for the compliment. Yeah, I'm such a reader. I cannot help it. I know not everybody's into books, but hey, at least you can hear an audiobook, aka my streams, if you ever wanted to get something for free based on the crap ton of books that I got over there. Literally, dude, look at this. Look at this. You see that desk over there? Look, you got all those books in there, up on the top shelf, and you got books that are up in these doors there. You got these books right here, and you got these books, and even there are some books even down here. Too many books! But again, I'm a book reader. I can't help it. I love reading books. That's a lot of books, yes. You don't even know the doors that are on the that are down there. The bottom doors. They each have literally 3 rows of books in them. They're that far deep. Yeah, that's a lot of books. That's why that's why I basically made a list of books that I'm going to be reading in order. Although For this situation, because it is Halloween, I did pick out a horror book. Yeah, I picked out a horror book because it is October. So I'm basically cutting in line just for this book, and if I read it fast enough, maybe another book. Yeah. But yeah, so gonna go ahead and get right back into this book full of serious stories, good lessons, and all kinds of crazy things. Let's get right back into it. And try not to kick my camera stand, that'd be lovely. Next story. I try to remember. 1. Everybody doesn't have to love me. Not everybody has to love me or even like me. I don't necessarily like everybody I know, so why should everybody else like me? I enjoy being liked and being loved, but if somebody doesn't like me, I'll still be okay and still feel like I am an okay person. I cannot make somebody like me any more than someone can get me to like them. I don't need approval all the time. If someone does not approve of me, I will still be okay. 2. It is okay to make mistakes. Making mistakes is something we all do, and I am still a fine and worthwhile person when I make them. There's no reason for me to get upset when I make a mistake. I am trying, and if I make a mistake, I'm gonna continue trying. I can handle making a mistake. It is okay for others to make mistakes too. I will accept mistakes in myself and also mistakes that others make. 3. Other people are okay, and I am okay. People who do things I don't like are not necessarily bad people. They should not necessarily be punished just because I don't like what they do or did. There is no reason why other people should be the way I want them to be, and there's no reason I should be the way... Hold on, I just noticed my camera's all out of whack here. Sorry, there we go. There's no reason why other people should be the way that I want them to be, and there's no reason why I should be the way somebody else wants me to be. People will be whatever they want to be, and I will be whatever I want to be. I cannot control other people or change them. They are who they are. We all deserve basic respect. 4. I don't have to control things. I will survive if things are different than what I want them to be. I can't accept things the way they are, accept people the way they are, and accept myself the way I am. There is no reason to get upset if I can't change the things to fit my idea of how they ought to be. There is no reason why I should have to like everything. Even if I don't like it, I can live with it. 5. I am responsible for my day. I am responsible for how I feel and what I do. Nobody can make me feel anything. If I have a rotten day, I am the one who allowed it to be that way. If I have a great day, I am the one who deserves credit for being positive. It is not the responsibility of other people to change so that I can feel better. I am the one who is in charge of my life. 6. I can handle it when things go wrong. I don't need to watch out for things to go wrong. Things usually go just fine, and when they don't, I can handle it. I don't have to waste my energy worrying. The sky won't fall in. Things will be okay. 7. It is important to try. I can. Even though I may be faced with difficult tasks, it is better to try than to avoid them. Avoiding a task does not give me any opportunities for success or joy, but trying does. Things worth having are worth the effort. I might not be able to do everything, but I can do something. 8. I am capable. I don't need someone else to take care of my problems. I am capable. I can take care of myself. I can make decisions for myself. I can think for myself. I don't have to depend on somebody else to take care of me. 9. I can change. I don't have to be a certain way because of what has happened in the past. Every day is a new day. It's silly to think I can't help being the way I am. Of course I can. I can change. 10. Other people are capable. I can't solve other people's problems for them. I don't have to take on other people's problems as if they were my own. I don't need to change other people or fix up their lives. They are capable and can take care of themselves and can solve their own problems. I can care and be of some help, but I can't do everything for them. 11. I can be flexible. There is more than one way to do something. More than one person has had good ideas that will work. There is no one and only best way. Everybody has ideas that are worthwhile. Some may make more sense to me than others, but everyone's ideas are worthwhile, and everyone has something worthwhile to contribute. Author unknown. Submitted by Allison Stevenson. Next story. Mrs. Virginia DeVue, where are you? But first, a quote. There are high spots in all of our lives, and most of them come about through encouragement from someone else. George Adams. We were sitting in our classroom, giggling, jabbing each other, and talking about the latest information of the day, like the peculiar purple-colored mascara Cindy was wearing. Mrs. Virginia DeVue cleared her throat and asked us to hush. Now, she said, smiling, we are going to discover our professions. The class seemed to gasp in unison. Our professions? We stared at each other. We were only 13 and 14 years old. This teacher was nuts. That was pretty much how the kids looked at Virginia DeVue. Her hair swirled back in a bun and her large buck teeth gaping out of her mouth. Because of her physical appearance, she was always an easy target for snickers and cruel jokes among students. She also made her students angry because she was demanding. Most of us just overlooked her brilliance. Yes, you will all be searching for your future professions, she said with a glow on her face, as though this was the best thing she did in her classroom every year. You will have to do a research paper on your upcoming career. Each of you will have to interview someone in your field, plus give an oral report. All of us went home confused. Who knows what they want to do at 13? I narrowed it down, however. I liked art, singing, and writing, but I was terrible in art, and when I sang, my sister screamed, "Oh, please shut up!" The only thing left was writing. Every day in her class, Virginia DeVue monitored us. Where were we? Who had picked their careers? Finally, most of us had selected something. I picked print journalism. This meant I had to go interview a true blue newspaper reporter in the flesh, and I was terrified. I sat down in front of him, barely able to speak. He looked at me and said, "Did you bring a pencil and pen?" I shook my head. "How about some paper?" I shook my head again. Finally, I think he realized I was terrified, and I got my first big tip as a journalist. Never, never go anywhere without a pen or paper. You never know what you'll run into. For the next 90 minutes, he filled me with stories of robberies, crime sprees, and fires. He would never forget the tragic fire where 4 family members were killed in the blaze. He could still smell their burning flesh, he said, and he would never forget that horrid story. A few days later, I gave my oral report totally from memory. I had been so mesmerized. I got an A on the entire project. As we neared the end of the school year, some very resentful students decided to get Virginia DeVue back for the hard work she put us through. As she rounded a corner, they shoved a pie into her face as hard as they could. She was slightly injured physically, but it was emotionally that she was really hurt. She didn't return to school for days. When I heard the story, I felt a deep, ugly pit fill my stomach. I felt shame for myself and my fellow students who had nothing better to do than pick on a woman because of how she looked, rather than appreciate her amazing teaching skills. Years later, I forgot all about Virginia DeVue and the careers we selected. I was in college, starting around for a new career. My father wanted me in business, which seemed to be sound advice at the time, except that I had no sense of business skills whatsoever. Then I remembered Virginia DeVue and my desire at 13 to be a journalist. I called my parents. "I'm changing my major," I announced. There was a stunned silence on the end of the phone. "What to?" my father finally asked. "Journalism." I could tell in their voices that my parents were very unhappy, but they didn't stop me. It just reminded me how competitive the field was and how all my life I had always shied away from competition. This was true, but journalism did something to me. It was in my blood. It gave me the freedom to go up to total strangers and ask what was going on. It trained me to ask questions and get answers in both my professional and personal life. It gave me confidence. For the past 12 years, I've had the most incredible and satisfying reporting career, covering stories from murders to airplane crashes and finally settling in on my forte. I love to write about the tender and tragic moments of people's lives because somehow I felt it helped them in some way. When I went to pick up my phone one day, an incredible wave of memories hit me, and I realized that had it not been for Virginia DeVue, I would not be sitting at that desk. She'll probably never know that without her help, I would not have become a journalist and a writer. I suspect I would have been floundering in the business world somewhere, with great unhappiness and shadowing me each day. I wonder now how many other students in her class benefited from that career project. I get asked all the time, "How did you pick journalism?" "Well, you see, there was this teacher," I always start out. I just wish I could thank her. I believe that when people reflect back over their school days, there will be this faded image of a single teacher, their very own, Virginia DeVue. Perhaps you can thank her before it's too late. Diana L. Chapman. Now I got a picture over here. There you go, there is your picture. How very professional looking. This says, "I imagine you'll be interested in one of the more highly visible occupations." Vocational counselor too, by the way. What's wrong? A newly trained teacher named Mary went to teach on a Navajo Indian reservation. Every day she would ask 5 of the young Navajo students to go to the chalkboard and complete a simple math problem from their homework. They would stand there, silently, unwilling to complete the task. Mary couldn't figure it out. Nothing she had studied in her educational curriculum helped, and she certainly hadn't seen anything like it in her student teaching days back in Phoenix. What am I doing wrong? Could I have chosen 5 students who can't do the problem? Mary would wonder. No, it couldn't be that. Finally, she asked the students what was wrong, and in their answer, she learned a surprising lesson from her young Indian pupils about self-image and a sense of self-worth. It seemed that the students respected each other's individuality and knew that not all of them were capable of doing the problems. Even at their early age, they understood the senselessness of the win-lose approach in the classroom. They believed no one would win if any students were shown up or embarrassed at the chalkboard, so they refused to compete with each other in public. Once she understood, Mary changed the system so that she could check each child's math problem individually, but not at any child's expense in front of their classmates. They all wanted to learn, but not at someone else's expense. The Speaker's Sourcebook. Next story. The Eternal Gifts. But first, a quote. In the darkest hour, the soul is replenished and given strength to continue and endure. Heart Warrior Chosa. Is it true? Is that true? Or did you just put on the bulletin board because it sounds catchy? Is what true? I asked without looking up from my desk. That sign you made that says, if you conceive it and believe it, you can achieve it. I looked up into the face of Paul, one of my favorite people, but most definitely not one of my best students. Well, Paul, I said, the man who wrote those words, Napoleon Hill, did so after years of research into the lives of great men and women. He discovered that concept, stated in many different ways, was the one thing they all had in common. Jules Verne put it together another way when he said, anything the mind of one man can imagine, the mind of another man can create. You mean if I get an idea and really believe in it, I can do it? He asked with an intensity that captured my total attention. From what I have seen and read, Paul, that's not a theory, but a law that has been proven throughout history. Paul dug his hands into the hip pockets of his Levi's and walked in a slow circle around the room. Then he turned and faced me with a new energy. Mr. Sclatter, he said, I've been a below-average student my whole life, and I know it's going to cost me later in life. What if I conceived of myself as a good student and really believed it? That even I could achieve it? Yes, Paul, but know this. If you really believe it, you'll act on it. I believe there is a power within you that will do great things to help you, once you make the commitment. What do you mean, commitment? He asked. Well, there's a story about a preacher who drove out to the farm of a member of his congregation. Admiring the beauty of this place, he said, Clem, you and the Lord have certainly created a thing of beauty here. Thank you, preacher, said Clem, but you should have seen it when the Lord had it all to himself. In essence, Paul, God will give us the firewood, but we have to light the match. A suspenseful silence followed. All right, Paul said. I'll do it. By the end of the semester, I will be a B student. It was already the 5th week of the term, and in my class, Paul was averaging a D. It's a tall mountain, Paul, but I also believe you can achieve what you just conceived. We both laughed, and he left my room to go to lunch. For the next 12 weeks, Paul gave me one of the most inspirational experiences a teacher can have. He developed a keen curiosity as he asked intelligent questions. His new sense of discipline could be seen in a neater appearance and a fresh sense of direction in his walk. Very slowly, his average started to rise. He earned a commendation for improvement, and you could see his self-esteem start to grow. For the first time in his life, the other students started to ask him for his help. A charm and charismatic friendliness developed. Finally came the victory. On a Friday evening, I sat down to grade a major test on the Constitution. I looked at Paul's paper for a long time before I picked up my red pen and started to grade it. I never had to use that pen. It was a perfect picture, a perfect paper. His first A+. Immediately, I averaged his score into the rest of his grades, and there it was, an A-B average. He had climbed his mountain with 4 weeks to spare. I called my colleagues to share the news. That Saturday morning, I drove to school for a rehearsal of Follow the Dream, the play I was directing. I entered the parking lot with a light heart to be greeted by Kathy, the best actress in the play, and one of Paul's best friends. Tears were streaming down her face. As soon as I got out of my car, she ran over to me and almost fell against me in a torrent of sobs. Then she told me what had happened. Paul was at a friend's house, and they were looking at the collection of unloaded guns in the den. Being boys, they started to play cops and robbers. One boy had pointed an unloaded gun at Paul's head and pulled the trigger. Paul fell with a bullet lodged in his brain. Monday, a student aide came in with a checkout notice for Paul. There was a box next to book to see if I had his test, and next to the box marked grade was written unnecessary. That's what you say, I thought to myself as I marked a big red B in the box. I turned my back to the class so they could not see the tears. Paul had earned that grade and it was here, but Paul was gone. Those new clothes he had bought with his paper route money were still in his closet, but Paul was gone. His friends, his accommodation, his football award were all still here, but Paul was gone. Why? One good thing about total complete grief is that it humbles a person to such an extent that there is no resistance to the voice of that loving, unleashed power that never leaves us. Build 3 more stately mansions, O my soul. As the words of that old poem spoke to my heart, I realized that Paul did not leave everything behind. The tears started to dry, and a smile came to my face as I pictured Paul still conceiving, still believing, and still achieving, armed with his newly developed curiosity, discipline, sense of direction, and self-esteem. Those invisible mansions of the soul that we are here to cultivate. He had left us with a great deal of wealth. Outside the church on the day of the funeral, I gathered my drama students around and announced that rehearsals would start the next day. In remembrance of Paul and all he had left us, it was time once again to follow the dream. Jack Sclatter. It's messed up how life can be that way to you. You look at the improvements that a person makes, but all of a sudden something just has to happen and that person is gone in an instant. That kind of thing just makes you wonder, doesn't it? Just makes you wonder. Just about life in general when you hear stories like that. You know, that's what makes you wonder about life in general. When you hear stories like what I just read, it just makes you wonder. And that's really all I can. That's really all I can say. That's the only thing that's in my head. It's just the fact that sometimes when things like that happen, you hear about it or you read about it, you just kind of want to question, why does this happen? How could this happen? What led to it happening? You know? Like, what exactly led to this whole ordeal taking place? Just questions that we will never get answers to. Next story. Socrates. There once was an eager student who wanted to gain wisdom and insight. He went to the wisest of the town, Socrates, to seek his counsel. Socrates was an old soul and had great knowledge of many things. The boy asked the town sage how he too could acquire such mastery. Being a man of few words, Socrates chose not to speak, but to illustrate. He took the child to the beach and, with all of his clothes still on, walked straight out into the water. He loved to do curious things like that, especially when he was trying to prove a point. The pupil gingerly followed his instructions and walked into the sea, joining Socrates where the water it was just below their chins. Without saying a word, Socrates reached out and put his hands on the boy's shoulders. Looking deep into his student's eyes, Socrates pushed the student's head under the water with all his might. A struggle ensued, and just before a life was taken away, Socrates released his captive. The boy raised to the surface and, gasping for air and choking from the salt water, looked around for Socrates in order to seek his retaliation on the sage. To the student's bewilderment, the old man was already patiently waiting on the beach. When the student arrived on the sand, he angrily shouted, "Why did you try to kill me?" The wise man calmly retorted with a question of his own. "Boy, when you were underneath the water, not sure if you would live to see another day, what did you want more than anything in the world?" The student took a few moments to reflect. Then with his intuition, softly he said, "I wanted to breathe." Socrates, now illuminated by his own huge smile, looked at the boy comfortingly and said, "Ah, when you want wisdom and insight as badly as you wanted to breathe, it is then you shall have it." Retold by Eric Saperston. That story. Challenge days. But first a quote. "Shared joy is double joy. Shared sorrow is half sorrow." Swedish proverb. My name is Tony. I always looked out for myself because I thought no one else would, and I thought it would always appear that way. That changed the day I got out of class for something called Challenge Day. The people running it had big hopes of helping us join together and making us leaders. I just wanted to get out of class. I figured that after signing in, I would sneak out. In the school gym, I found myself sitting in a big circle, face to face with 100 students that no one could have paid me to spend the day with. I was keeping up my front, my cool, but I was kind of nervous. I'm used to either sitting hidden in the back of a classroom waiting for a break, or skipping school and hanging with the guys. I wasn't used to not knowing what was going to happen. I made fun of how a bunch of kids were dressed and of a girl who was fat. Some of the girls had worn pajamas and brought stuffed animals. Pretty stupid, I thought. The day started with each of us standing up and saying our names in a microphone, loud and proud. A bunch of kids were really shy, but since I rap sometimes, I acted really cool when it was my turn. No one knew there was a lump in my throat. You see, I'm from a tough neighborhood, and showing your weakness only makes you a target. I was a target when I was real young, both for my brothers and for the people who called themselves my friends. We sure didn't know how to be friends, though. Fighting and putting each other down were a normal way of life. Anyway, we started playing these games I thought were really childish. I hung back a little with my buddies, acting cool and not wanting to play like a little kid. After a couple of games, though, it didn't seem like anyone else was hanging back, and they were all having a good time. I thought, why not me? I have to admit that I was playing a little rough, but it beat sitting on the edge. What happened next was almost unbelievable. Carl, one of the only guys who is more feared and respected than me at school, was helping one of the leaders demonstrate how to give hugs. Everyone was laughing at first, but it was getting harder and harder to put anyone down that day. The leaders were teaching us to open our hearts and minds, to share our true feelings, and to give put-ups instead of put-downs. It wasn't what I wanted, was what I was used to. Then we did an exercise called the Power Shuffle. Before the game started, the leaders talked about oppression. Yeah, I thought, like they really know what it's like to be oppressed. Here I am, a young Latino growing up in a white society. I get harassed and pushed around every day by store owners, teachers, and all these adults who think I'm a gangster just because of the color of my skin. Yeah, I act hard, but what am I supposed to do when I have to watch my friends drop from drive-bys? The leaders said we had to be silent to make it safe for everyone. They called out broad categories and asked us to cross over the line if we fit into the category. I was still snickering in my buddy's ear as the first few were called out, but the leaders meant it about being quiet. One of the adults softly put his hands on me and said, "You'll want them to respect you. Please respect them." Category after category was called out. In silence, group after group, people crossed the line. Then a topic was called that I fit into, and I figured I would be the only one who ever experienced this kind of pain. Cross the line if you've ever been hit, beaten, or abused in any way. I walked, heavy in my shoes. Looking straight down as I walked, I turned around, having a hard time not laughing to cover what was going on inside me. But as I looked up, half the group was walking with me. We stood together in silence, looked into each other's eyes, and for the first time in my life, I felt like I wasn't alone. One by one, we dropped our masks. I saw that these people, whom I had judged before, were in reality very much like me. Like me, they too knew how it felt to be hurt. I walked back across the line. My friend tried to joke with me, but it didn't seem right anymore. Another topic was called, one where all the women and girls crossed. I had never seen before how much men and boys disrespect and hurt women. I became more uncomfortable as I noticed tears appearing in many of my friends' eyes. We crossed the line next for having lost someone close to us in gang violence. So many of us crossed that line. It just wasn't right. I started feeling really angry inside and tears were coming to my eyes. The leaders kept saying, "When the tears are on the outside, the inside is human. And it takes a strong man to cry." I had to make the choice of whether or not to have the courage to show my tears. I was still scared of being called names, but the tears came out. I cried, and with my tears, I proved that I was a strong man. Before we left that day, each of us stood up and shared our experiences. I stood up, again not sure if I should fight the tears or not. The leader encouraged me to look out at the group and asked if it was okay for a man to cry. So I did. Each person stood up in front of their chairs to show they respected me for showing my tears. Amazed, I started talking. I said I was sorry to a few of those people I had judged and pushed around in the halls because I thought they had it so much better than me. With tears in their eyes, they came up to me one by one and gave me a hug. Now I know what it is really like to share love with someone. I hope I can do this with my dad someday. Here was a day I thought I was cutting from school, but instead I found myself telling the people that I hurt that I was sorry, and people were saying the same thing to me. It was like we were all one family, and we never knew it until that day. It wasn't magic. We just looked at each other in a different light. Now, it is up to us. Do we look through these eyes for just one day, or do we have the courage to remember that most people are just like us and help others learn that it is safe to be themselves? As told to Andrew Tertes. Next story. Please hear what I'm not saying. Don't be fooled by me. Don't be fooled by the face I wear. For I wear a mask. 1,000 masks. Shush, dog. I don't know which dog is barking, that's why I said that. For I wear a mask. 1,000 masks. Masks that I'm afraid to take off, and none of them is me. Pretending is an art that's second nature to me. But don't be fooled. For God's sake, don't be fooled. I give you the impression that I am secure, that confidence is my name and coolness is my game. That the water's calm and I'm in command. That I need no one. But don't believe me. My surface may seem smooth, but my surface is my mask, ever varying and ever concealing. Beneath lies no complacence. Beneath lies confusion and fear and aloneness. But I hide this. I don't want anybody to know it. I panic at the thought of my weakness and fear being exposed. That's why I frantically create a mask to hide behind. A nonchalant, sophisticated facade to help me pretend, to shield me from the glance that knows. But such a glance is precisely my salvation, my only hope, and I know it. That is, if it's followed by acceptance, if it's followed by love. It's the only thing that can liberate me from myself, from my own self-built prison walls, from the barriers I so painstakingly erect. It's the only thing that will assure me of what I can't assure myself, that I'm really worth something. I don't like to hide. I don't like to play superficial phony games. I want to stop playing them. I want to be genuine and spontaneous and me. But you've got to help me. You've got to hold out your hand, even when that's the last thing I seem to want. Only you can wipe away from my eyes the bland stare of the breathing dead. Only you can call me into aliveness. Each time you're kind and gentle and encouraging. Each time you try to understand because you really care. My heart begins to grow wings, very small wings, very feeble wings, but wings. With your power to touch me in a feeling, you can breathe life into me. I want you to know that. Who am I, you may wonder. I am someone you know very well, for I am every man you meet, and I am every woman you meet. Author unknown. Next story. I am. But first a quote. The words I am are potent words. Be careful what you hitch them to. The thing you're claiming has a way of reaching back and claiming you. Editor's note. Have you ever noticed how often people ask you what you're doing to be what you do or what you are planning to do after college? For all of us who have suffered because what we do or who we're going to be doesn't cut it, here is the true answer. And let's remember this is the next time someone says, "Oh, really? Well, there's nothing wrong with flipping burgers for a living. You should be proud." I am an architect. I've built a solid foundation, and each year I go to that school, I add another floor of wisdom and knowledge. I am a sculptor. I've shaped my morals and philosophies according to the claimed right and young. No, right and wrong. Yeah, right and young. What the hell, Forrest? It's right and wrong, you ding dong. I am a painter. With each new idea I express, I paint a new hue in the world's multitude of colors. I am a scientist. Every day that passes by, I gather new data, make important observations, and experiment with new concepts and ideas. I am an astrologist, reading and analyzing the palms of life, each new person I remember or I encounter. I am an astronaut, constantly exploring and broadening my horizons. I am a doctor. I heal those who turn to me for consultation and advice, but I'm, but I, and I bring out the vitality in those who seem lifeless. I am a lawyer. I'm not afraid to stand up for the inevitable and basic rights of mystery of myself and all others. I am a police officer. I always watch out for others' welfare, and I am always on the scene, preventing fights and keeping the peace. I am a teacher. By my example, others learn the importance of determination, dedication, and hard work. I am a mathematician, making sure I conquer each one of my problems with correct solutions. I am a detective peering through my two lenses, searching for meaning and significance in the mysteries of life. I am a jury member, judging others and their situations only after I've heard and understood the entire story. I am a banker. Others share their trust and values with me and never lose interest. I am a hockey player, watching out for and dodging those who try to block my goal. I am I am a marathon runner, full of energy, always moving and ready for the next challenge. I am a mountain climber. Seriously, but surely I am making my way to the top. I am a tightrope walker. Carefully and stealthily I pace myself through every rough time, but I always make it safely to the end. I am a millionaire, rich in love, sincerity, and compassion, and I own a wealth of knowledge, wisdom, experience, and insight that is priceless. Most important, I mean. Annie Yerkes. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead real quick and take a little breather. I'm gonna get me something to drink. I will be right back. Hmm. Oh. Alright. I'll drink a tea real quick. Hold on a second. Alright. Let's go ahead and do this. Next story. Sparky. For Sparky, uh, for Sparky, school was all but impossible. He failed every subject in the 8th grade. He flunked physics in high school, getting a grade of 0. Sparky also flunked Latin, algebra, and English. He didn't do much better in sports. Although he did manage to make the school's golf team, he probably lost the only important match of the season. There was a consolation prize. He lost that too. Throughout his youth, Sparky was awkward socially. He was not actually disliked by the students. No one cared that much. He was astonished if a classmate ever said hello to him outside of school hours. There's no way to tell how he might have done at dating. Sparky never once asked a girl to go out into high school. He was too afraid of being turned down. Sparky was a loser. He, his classmates, everyone knew it. So he rolled with it. Sparky had made up his mind early in life that if things were meant to work out, they would. Otherwise, he would content himself with what appeared to be his inevitable mediocrity. However, one thing was important to Sparky: drawing. He was proud of his artwork. Of course, no one else appreciated it. In his senior year of high school, he submitted some cartoons to the editors of the yearbook. The cartoons were turned down. Despite this particular rejection, Sparky was so convinced of his ability that he decided to become a professional artist. After completing high school, he wrote a letter to Walt Disney Studios. He was told to send some samples of his artwork, and the subject for a cartoon was suggested. Sparky drew the proposed cartoon. He spent a great deal of time on it and on all of the other drawings he submitted. Finally, the reply came from Disney Studios. He had been rejected once again. Another loss for the loser. So Sparky decided to write his own autobiography in cartoons. He described his childhood self, a little boy loser and chronic underachiever. The cartoon character would soon become famous worldwide. For Sparky, the boy who had such lack of success in the school and whose work was rejected again and again, was Charles Schulz. He created the Peanuts comic strip and the little cartoon character whose kite would never fly and who never succeeded in kicking a football, Charlie Brown. Bits and pieces. Next story. Detention can be fun. Detention was really fun today, my son Ennis once told me as if talking about a yacht club. All the best people were there. I thought it was supposed to be for punishment, I said. Oh, it can be for that too. If your friends aren't there or if Mrs. Piano is in a bad mood. She's the warden? That's funny. That's funny, Dad. They love you in detention because they love to have a good laugh. Yes, every person needs some laughs. Tell me, why did you happen to get this particular honor today? Dad, detention isn't anything bad. Sorry, I've been confused. So, why were you invited to cocktails there? Dad, you kill me. Don't rule it out. Well, today's detention. You get detention every day? I told you it's nothing bad. Maybe it was in the Middle Ages, but believe me, it's changed. I believe you. Today I got in for throwing a book at James of History. Could you imagine that? Mr. Weinstock gave it to me just for throwing a book. I mean, a grenade I can understand. Just for throwing your history book? Oh no, I don't have one of those. You're waiting for it to come back as the book of the month? No, I lent it to Aaron. Aaron? Well, he's been trying hard to remember what he did with it. We definitely ruled out his locker because there's no more room in there, and he doesn't think he left it in the mall. That's where I'd look for it. Anyway, Dad, I gotta tell you, the really great thing happened there today. Jenny and George both got detention together, and they're going steady, you see. Like Bonnie and Clyde? Shakespeare, right? Whatever. Anyhow, Jaylee and George, they're two of the regulars, but mostly not together, and one of them usually takes a free period, and the other one after school. But today they were in sync. A penal Madame Butterfly. Shakespeare, right? I'll look it up. Well, in the middle of the period, Jenny wrote George a note saying how much she loves him, and Mrs. Piano got her hands on it, and she wanted to give him detention, but he already had it. Problem for the High Court. Does the Constitution protect you against getting detention in detention? Is it double jeopardy? Dad, we're not going to talk about a quiz show here. Anyway, George did something beautiful. He took the blame. How could he do that? He said he wrote the note, but it wasn't him. He said he wrote the love letter to himself. He got more than detention for that. Well, it worked. It got Mrs. Piano so mixed up she didn't add any more detentions. She probably wanted to be home by dinner. That's the kind of stuff that happens in detention, Dad. It's a great place to do schoolwork, if you ever have any, but you can also have some laughs. I can't imagine why a student would want to be anywhere else. You're probably kidding, but neither can I. Should I say this person's name? Because this person got into some trouble legally, but because of lack of awareness on how things are working out, this person ended up scot free because of a technicality. The reason why I'm saying this, well, you know what? I'll just say his initials, and you guys can guess which person is making me think this way. BC. And now we got. So I got this one next. That's a picture. And the caption on the bottom. So one of my grades are lousy. You always said it's not what you know, it's who you know. It's. Yep. Let me get another drink. Alright. Next story. If I knew. You know how you always hear people say, if I knew then what I know now? Have you ever wanted to say, yeah, well, go on? So here we go. I wish I would listen more carefully to what my heart says. I would enjoy more, worry less. I would know that school would end soon enough, and work would, well, never mind. I wouldn't worry so much about what other people were thinking. I would appreciate all the vitality and tight skins. I would play more, fret less. I would know that my beauty handsome is in my love of life. I would know how much my parents love me, and I would believe that they are doing the best they can. I would enjoy the feeling of being in love and not worry so much about how it works out. I would know that it probably won't, but that something better will come along. I wouldn't be afraid of acting like a kid. I would be braver. I would look for the good qualities in everything and enjoy them for those. I would not hang out with people just because they're popular. I would take less dance lessons. I would enjoy my body just the way it is. I wouldn't trust my girlfriends. I would be I would be a trustworthy girlfriend. I would trust my boyfriends. Ha, kidding. I would enjoy kissing. Really enjoy it. I would be more appreciative and grateful for sure. Kimberly Kerbringer. Hmm. Alright. Not really much to say on that story. Alright. Final story of the section, but not the book. 11. What they don't understand about birthdays and what they never tell you is that when you're 11, you're also 10 and 9 and 8 and 7 and 6 and 5 and 4 and 3 and 2 and 1. And when you wake up on your 11th birthday, you expect to feel 11, but you don't. You open your eyes and everything's just like yesterday. It's only today. And then you don't feel 11 at all. You feel you're out there. You feel you're out there. And you are underneath the year that makes you 11. It's like some days you might say something stupid and that's the part of you that's still there. Or it's still 10. Or maybe some days you might need to sit on your mama's lap when you're scared, and that's the S part of your fire. That maybe one day when you, maybe that one day. Wait, where did I just read it, but now I don't see it anywhere. Hold on a second. Ah, here it is. And maybe one day when you're all grown up, maybe you will need to cry like, if you're there, that's okay. That's, yeah. Yeah, that's what I tell Mama when she's sad and needs to cry. Maybe she's feeling 3. Because the way you grow old is kind of like an onion, or like the rings inside a tree trunk, or like my little wooden dolls that fit inside one inside the other, which year inside the next one. That's how being 11 years old is. I'm already needing a drink if I'm starting to mess up on my words more than I should be. Hold on a second. Alright, back to the story. You don't, wait, hold on a second. I'm doing this. Because the way you grew up, wait, didn't I? Yeah, I already read that. Where am I going? Dude, apparently I'm getting so tired I'm not paying attention. Hmm. You don't feel 11. Not right away. It takes a few days, weeks even, sometimes even months before you start 11. When you say 11, when they ask you, and you don't feel smart 11, not until you're almost 12. That's the way it is. Only today I wish I didn't have only 11 years rattling inside me like pennies in a tin Band-Aid box. Today I wish I was 102 instead of 11, because if I was 102 I'd have known what to say when Mrs. Price put the red sweater on my desk. I would have known how to tell her it wasn't mine instead of just sitting there with that look on my face and nothing coming out of my mouth. "Whose is this?" Mrs. Price says as she holds the red sweater up in the air for all the class to see. "Whose? It's been sitting in the coat room for a month." "Not mine," says everybody. "Not me." "It has to belong to somebody," Mrs. Price kept saying, but nobody can remember. "It's an ugly sweater with red plastic buttons and a collar and sleeves all stretched out like you could use it for a jump rope. It's maybe 1,000 years old, and even if it belonged to me, I wouldn't say so. Maybe because I'm skinny, maybe because she doesn't like me, that stupid Sylvia Sadivar says. I think it belongs to Rachel. An ugly sweater like that, all raggedy and old, but Mrs. Park Price believes her. Mrs. Price takes the sweater and puts it right on my desk, but when I open my mouth, nothing comes out. That's not, I don't, you're not mine, I finally say in a little voice that was maybe when I was 4. "Of course it's yours," Mrs. Price said. Mrs. Price says, "I remember you wearing it once." Because she's older and the teacher, she's right and I'm not. "Not mine, not mine, not mine." But Mrs. Price has already turned to page 32 and math problem 4. I don't know why, but all of a sudden I'm feeling sick inside. Like the only part of me that's 3 wants to come out of my eyes, only I squeeze them shut tight and bite down on my teeth and real hard. And try to remember today I am 11. 11. Mama is making a cake for me for the tonight. And when Papa comes home, everybody will be singing happy birthday to you. But when the sick feeling goes away and I open my eyes, the red sweater's still sitting there like a big red mountain. I move the red sweater to the corner of my desk with my ruler. I move my pencil and books and eraser as far from it as possible. I even move my chair a little to the right. Not mine, not mine, not mine. In my head, I'm thinking of how long till lunchtime, how long till I can take the red sweater and throw it over the schoolyard fence, or leave it hanging on a parking meter, or bunch it up into a little ball and toss it in the alley. Except when math period ends, Miss Price says loud enough in front of everybody, "Now, Rachel, that's enough," because she sees I've shoved the red sweater to the tippy-tip corner of my desk, and it's hidden all over the edge like a waterfall, but I don't care. "Rachel," Mrs. Price says. She says it like she's getting mad. "You put that sweater on right now and no more nonsense." "But it's not now," Mrs. Price says. This is when I wish I wasn't 11, because all the years inside of me, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, are pushing at the back of my eyes when I put one arm through the one sleeve of the sweater, which smells like cottage cheese, and then the other arm through the other, and stand there with my arms apart, as if the sweater hurts me, and it does, all itchy and full of germs that aren't even mine. That's when everything I've been holding in since this morning, since when Mrs. Price put the sweater on my desk, finally lets go, and all of a sudden, I'm crying in front of everybody. I wish I was invisible, but I'm not. I'm 11, and it's my birthday, and I'm crying like I'm 3 in front of everybody. I put my head down on the desk and bury my face in my stupid clown sweater arms. My face all hot and spit coming out of my mouth, because I can't stop the little animal noises from coming out of me until there aren't any more tears left in my eyes. And it's just my body shaking, like when you have the hiccups, and my whole head hurts, like when you drink milk too fast. But the worst part is, right before the bell rings for lunch, that stupid Phyllis Lopez, who is even dumber than Sylvia Saldivar, says she remembers the red sweater as hers. I take it off right away and give it to her, but only Mrs. Price pretends like everything's okay. Today, I'm 11. There's a cake Mama's making for tonight, and when Papa comes home from work, we'll eat it. There'll be candles and presents, and everybody will sing happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, Rachel. Only it's too late. I'm 11 today. I'm 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. But I wish I was 102. I wish I was anything but 11, because I want today to be far away already. Far away like a runaway balloon. Like a tiny O in the sky. So tiny, you have to close your eyes to see it. Sandra Cisneros. I just realized you got 711 subs, like 7-Eleven the store. I'm glad. What a nice way to make a reference to that. How many subs you got? Oh, 7-Eleven, just like the store. Just like, the name of the store, name of the gas station, Alright, so we are now delving on section 6, which is titled Tough Stuff. And believe me when I tell you, this is really tough stuff. So, if you are not into listening the real heart, the real, literally the tough stuff as it says in the book, you are free to leave, because like always, I don't, if you don't want to listen to these stories, or at least a particular section like this, that's fine. I have no issues with that. You are free to do what you want. But if you want to stay here and listen to the hardship stories, these very serious stories, well, just sit back and just take a listen. I would say relax, but these are going to be serious stories, though. Some of these will have outdated. One story in particular in this section will have an outdated story, or not an outdated story, a likely outdated thing there. John Pico, that I respect you for that, man. You just trying to take you just trying to do that to me, but you're like, yeah, I'll stay. Why not? All right. Section 6. We're now starting now, by the way. This is your last chance to turn back. Because once I start, I'm not going to stop. Just saying. Oh, shit. Anyway. Section 6. Tough stuff. But before we begin, we got the quote there. Got the quote. You gain strength, courage, and confidence by every experience by which you really stop to look fear in the face. You are able to say to yourself, I lived through this horror. I can take the next thing that comes along. Eleanor Roosevelt. You know, I could already tell you, there's another book of this, there's a book in this series that I have. It's the third book of the series. There's 4 books here, but I never knew the 4th one up until I was looking this book up on Amazon. The 3rd book in this series actually was released sometime after a certain school shooting that took place in 1999. And when I say shooting, you know I'm talking about the Columbine High School Massacre. I will be reading that book, by the way. I'm making it to where I'm gonna try to read every book that I have over here. You know, it's not gonna be easy, but I think it's gonna be doable as long as I set my mind to it. But yeah, just saying about this just made me think of the fact that I have the 3rd book, which came out sometime after the Columbine High School Massacre occurred. We'll get to that when we get to that, but I'm just letting you guys know what's going to happen. That is going to be your preview. Alright. First story. I'll always be with you. On a quiet September night, our 17-year-old son, Mike, got into his cherished yellow 68 Mustang, his heart broken after the sudden ending of his first romance. His girlfriend had told him she was going to get engaged to someone else. Sitting in the car he had so lovingly restored and treasured, Mike shot and killed himself. In the note he left, he wrote, I wish I could have learned how to hate. Don't blame yourselves, Mom and Dad. I love you. His note ended, Love Mike, 11:45 p.m. At 11:52 p.m. that night, we and Mike's older brother, Vic, pulled into the driveway alongside Mike's car. 7 minutes too late. It wasn't long before stories about Mike started coming in from all sides. We heard many of them for the first time. His oldest friend, Danny, told us about the time he was frightened to have his picture taken in kindergarten. It's easy, just go like this, Mike assured him as he grinned from ear to ear, displaying the brightest smile that became his trademark. Years later, when a classmate became a single parent, Mike helped her care for her baby. One of Mike's friends was shot in a drive-by shooting but recovered, with Mike's support. When his high school band went to Florida to march in the Orange Bowl parade, Mike assisted a fellow band member who was blind. A young mother phoned to tell the story of how Mike had helped her when her car broke down. She and her children were stranded on the roadside when Mike came by. He stopped, showed her his driver's license to assure her he wouldn't hurt her and her children, and got her car started. He followed them home to make sure they arrived safely. One of Mike's friends revealed the truth about why Mike never got the new transmission we thought he planned to install in his Mustang in preparation for the local drag race. Mike canceled his order for the transmission and instead bought 2 transmissions from a salvage yard, so his friend could get his car running too. Mike had told us the reason he didn't buy the brand new transmission was that it just wasn't right for the way he wanted his car to perform. Mike's niece was born with cerebral palsy. He learned how to replace her tracheotomy tube and how to perform CPR should the need arise. He learned sign language with her. The tracheotomy tube made it impossible for her to speak, and they would sing together in sign language. In the days following Mike's death, many teenagers came to comfort us and asked if they could do anything to help. Our response to their question was, don't ever do this. Don't commit suicide. Reach out to someone and ask for help. Before Mike's memorial service, Mike's close friends met with us to share their grief, tell their stories about their friendship with him, and discuss the tragedy of teen suicide. We talked about ways to prevent teen suicide. This was how the Yellow Ribbon Project came to life. Yes, I know this sounds like a pun, but we're continuing the read anyway. We decided to establish a foundation dedicated to eliminating suicide, a leading cause of death among teens. Within days after Mike's death, we began printing pocket-sized cards that read, Yellow Ribbon Project, in loving memory of Michael Emme. Out of curiosity, can somebody look up to see if this is still a thing? Because I would be very curious if they actually have a website now. Considering how it's 2023 and people are with the times, that kind of makes me wonder. This ribbon card is a lifeline. It carries the message that there are those who care and will help. If you are in need and don't know how to ask for help, take this card to a counselor, teacher, clergy, parent, or friend and say, I need to use my yellow ribbon. Someone, remembering Mike's beloved yellow Mustang, had the idea of attaching yellow ribbons to the cards, which we did. At Mike's memorial service, we set out a basket containing 500 of these yellow ribbon cards. By the end of the service, the basket was empty, and Mike's Mustang was covered with 100 yellow miniature roses put there by his friends. Mike's tragic death made us decide to help others, just as Mike did during his life. In the time since Mike's death, the Yellow Ribbon Project has touched and saved the lives of teens around the world. We receive many letters from teenagers about the Yellow Ribbon Project with comments such as, well, that just answered my question, but I wonder if it's still up. Your website has helped me recover from my depression. I've tried to commit suicide several times. This time I found the yellow ribbon card in my pocket and held on to it until a friend came by and I was able to give them the card. They recognized that I was suicidal and got me help. Thank you for being there to let those without hope know that there's always someone who cares. Mike's final letter to us contained another important message. In that letter, he told us, I'll always be with you. Every time we speak to a group of teenagers or receive a letter from a teen or child who needs help, we know Mike's words are true. Dale and Dar Emma. Editor's note. This story, which was first printed in a third serving of Chicken Soup for the Soul in April 1996, has resulted in an even greater distribution of the Yellow Ribbon Project. The following are excerpts from some of the letters the Emmys received. My name is Jessica, and I am a senior in high school. I was very deeply touched by your story. I am a survivor of depression and suicidal impulses. I've struggled with this for the past 5 years, and if I hadn't had someone who reached out to help me, I would not be here. Last week, a senior in high school shot himself. What if someone had stopped him and asked him how he was and really meant it? I think that would have made the difference between life and death. So if you could please send information, suggestions, and ribbons, I would greatly appreciate it. I wanted to get the message out about teen suicide, but never knew how. Thank you for helping me. Jessica Maggers. I found out about the Yellow Ribbon Project in a third serving of Chicken Soup for the Soul. Your story really made me think about how much my friends and family mean to me, and if an occasion should arise when they do use their ribbon, then I will be ever more grateful for your idea of creating the Yellow Ribbon Project. Thank you. Nicole Nero. 2 months ago, I broke up with my boyfriend, who I loved very much. I could not deal with the pain and emptiness, so I attempted suicide. I spent the night in ICU. The pills I took caused me to stop breathing. Because I am only 16, a straight-A student with everything going for me, this event shocked me and I realized I have a lot to live for, and also my parents could not bear it if I were dead. So I am writing to ask if I could get 2 of your yellow ribbons, one for me and one in for my best friend. Thank you very much. Jen Vetter. Editor's note. For information on the Yellow Ribbon Project, please see page 336. Yeah, we'll be sure to go to those. Yeah. Next story. My story. Actually, hold on. I gotta use the restroom real quick, guys. I will be right back. Hopefully, I will remember that my tea is right here on the floor when I get back. Just give me one quick second, guys. I'll be right back. Alright. There it is. There's my tea on the floor. Somehow I'm actually kind of surprised I remembered it, but whatever. Alright. Back to the reading. Well, for me, I'm reading. For you guys, you're listening. So, back to the reading / listening to the reading. Like I said, this story is titled My Story. But, first, a quote. The journey in between what you once were and who you are now becoming is where the dance of life really takes place. Barbara DeAngelis. I never thought about killing myself. It just became a condition. Kind of like catching a cold. 1 minute you're fine and the next minute you're sick. Whenever people would talk about suicide, I would think to myself, I would never do that. Why would someone want to do something so final, so stupid? For me, I just wanted the pain to stop. And it got to the point where I was willing to do whatever it took to make that happen. It started with the usual stuff. I am 16. I spend the summer with my mom, and during the school year I live with my dad. I feel like an inconvenience to both of them. At my mom's I have no room. My mom isn't there for me when I need her because she always has something more important to do. At least that is how it feels. I was having trouble with my friends. The ones I had now lost already due to different lifestyles weren't able to help me. In their own words, my problems were too much for them. The intensity of my pain scared them like it did me. Oh yeah, did I mention my boyfriend John had dumped me that day? My first boyfriend had left me too. He said I had become impossible to love, and now John was gone too. And it wasn't that I would be without him that mattered. It was me. What was wrong with me? Why is it so hard to love me, and why is it that when it gets hard, everyone bails? I was alone. All I had were the voices in my head telling me I blew it. I was too needy. I was never going to be loved once someone really got to know me. I felt that I wasn't even good enough to be loved by my own parents. You know how, when you are really hurting, you feel like you can just call the person, the boyfriend, the friend, and tell him or her how much it hurts, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Hang on, I'll be right there." Well, I called and I was crying, and I said it hurts too much. Please come talk to me. He said he couldn't help me, and he hung up. I went into my mom's bathroom and took a bottle of Tylenol PM, some tranquilizers, and a couple of pain pills I had left from an injury. Soon the pain would be over. I will spare you the gruesome details of what followed. It was a whole new kind of pain. Physically, I puked until I couldn't move. Emotionally, I was more scared than I have ever been. I didn't want to die. Statistics show that immediately after attempting suicide, the person desperately wants to live, not die, which makes it even sadder to think about those who do succeed. Luckily for me, I did not die, but I hurt my body. My stomach still aches, and I scared and hurt a lot of people. I scared myself, but I didn't die, and I can't even begin to tell you how happy I am about that. I cringe every time someone else finds out. I did not want to write this story, but I did want to help anyone else who might be thinking about it or who is in a lot of pain. It has been a month since that night. I have laughed at least 500 times, many of those real pee your pants kind of laughing. I have a therapist who really cares about me, and we are making real progress in building up my confidence. She is also helping my mom and dad be better parents. I have realized that they really do care and that they are doing the best that they can. I have a new friend who has gone through some hard stuff herself. My intense feelings do not scare her, and we know what it means to be there for someone you care about. I have worked things out with some of my old friends, and we are closer than ever. I have earned $500 and spent it all on myself, without guilt. Well, maybe a little. And I am starting to forgive myself. Oh yeah, I met a guy. He is really sweet and he knows my story. We have agreed to take things really slow. These are only a few of the things I would have missed. Life gets really hard sometimes and really painful. For me, I couldn't feel everyone else's love because I had forgotten how to love myself. I'm learning now. Learning how to accept, forgive, and love myself. And I'm learning that things change. Pain does go away, and happiness is the other side. Although the pain comes back, so does the happiness. It is like waves in the ocean coming and going, breathing in and breathing out. Leah Day, age 16. Next story. Somebody should have taught him. I went to a birthday party, but I remembered what you said. You told me not to drink at all, so I had a Sprite instead. I felt proud of myself, the way you said I would, that I didn't choose to drink and drive, though some friends said I should. I knew I made a healthy choice, and your advice to me was right, as the party finally ended and the kids drove out of sight. I got into my own car, sure to get home in one piece, never knowing what was coming, something I expected least. Now I'm lying on the pavement, I can hear the policeman say, the kid that caused this wreck was drunk. His voice seems far away. My own blood is all around me, as I try hard not to cry. I can hear the paramedics say, this girl is going to die. I'm sure the guy had no idea why he was flying so high, because he chose to drink and drive, that I would have to die. So why do people do it, knowing that it ruins lives? But now the pain is cutting me like 100 stabbing knives. Tell my sister not to be afraid. Tell Daddy to be brave. And when I go to heaven to put Daddy's girl on my grave. Someone should have taught him that it's wrong to drink and drive. Maybe if his mom and dad had, I'd still be alive. My breath is getting shorter. I'm getting really scared. These are my final moments, and I'm so unprepared. I wish that you could hold me, Mom, as I lie here and die. I wish that I could say, I love you and goodbye. Retold by Jane Watkins. I don't know why I was acting like there was a new comment there, but okay. Next story. Just one drink. There's a small cross by the side of Highway 128 near the town of Boonville. If this cross could talk, it would tell you this sad story. 7 years ago, my brother, Michael, was at a friend's ranch. They decided to go out for dinner. Joe arrived and volunteered to drive after just one drink. Light-hearted, the four friends traveled the winding road. They didn't know where it would end. Nobody did. Suddenly, they swerved into the opposite lane, collided with an oncoming car. Back home, we were watching E.T. on video in front of a warm fire. Then we went to bed. At 2 a.m., a police officer woke my mom with the devastating news. Michael had been killed. In the morning, I found my mother and sister crying. I stood there bewildered. What's wrong? I asked, rubbing my sleepy eyes. Mom took a deep breath. Come here. Thus began a grueling journey through grief, where all roads lead to nowhere. It still hurts to remember that day. The only thing that helps is telling my story, hoping you will remember it if you are tempted to get into a car with someone who has had a drink. Even just one drink. Joe chose the road to nowhere. He was convicted of manslaughter and served time. However, the real punishment is living with the consequences of his actions. He left us with an ache in our hearts that will never go away. A nightmare that will haunt him and us for the rest of our lives. And a small cross by the side of Highway 128. Chris Laddish, age 13. Dedicated with love to the memory of Michael Laddish. The dance. Next story. The dance. Looking back on the memory of the dance we shared neath the stars above, For a moment all the world was right. How was I to know that you'd ever say goodbye? Chorus. And now I'm glad I didn't know the way it all would end, the way it all would go. Our lives are better left to chance. I could have missed the pain, but I'd have had to miss the dance. Holding you, I held everything. For a moment wasn't I a king? If I'd known how the king would fall, well then who's to say I might have changed it all? Repeat chorus. Our lives are better left to chance. I could have missed the pain, but I'd have had to miss the dance. Tony Arata. And there's a asterisk, so I'm going to read this. The dance was written by Tony Arata, 1989, Wanted Active Songs Incorporated, and Pookie Bear Music, ASCAP. All rights reserved, used by permission, Warner Brothers Publications, U.S. Incorporated, Miami, Florida, 33014. I'm just reading that because it's part of the book. So why not? Next story. The Premonition. Kyle, his mom Karen, and his sister Kari had been through their share of pains. When Kyle was 12 and Kari was 9, their father had walked out on the family in the middle of the night. They had little communication with him over the next few years and received no financial help. To make ends meet, Karen and her children moved in with her mother in Dallas, Texas for a short period of time. Later, she was offered a job in Rock Hill, South Carolina, working for the gospel group The Happy Goodman Family. When the group moved their home base to Nashville, Karen, Kyle, and Kari went along. When Kyle entered his freshman year at Hillwood High School, Karen decided to settle down so that Kyle and Kari could both finish their remaining school years in one place. The family had finally arrived at a place where, for a moment, all the world was right. Kyle grew into a handsome young man, as well as a talented athlete. He excelled in football, and it became a big part of his life. When he put his uniform on, you could see his eyes light up. His coach and teammates called him Hitman, because he loved to hit people and wouldn't back down from anything. He was a good role model and poured his whole heart and soul into each game. His senior year, Kyle made the most tackles on his team and was named Defensive Player of the Year. He was determined to play for Austin Peay State University, where he would attend college in the following autumn. Kyle and his family had overcome so much. Finally, things were going well. Kyle was happy and filled with dreams. In fact, he co-wrote a poem about it with his friend. Dreams. A young lost petal, wandering souls. I see the dream you seek. Follow me, please, if you dare. The dream is coming for you and me. I return by your side with a heart in my hand. It is like a bright fire dancing to the slow music turning. My heart is smooth as ivory, has turned to a lonely sulphur. I retire my heart now to you. Love me because I love you. Still, a sense that he may fall hung over Kyle. He was at a crossroads and thought he couldn't see what lay ahead. He had a premonition of what befell him. One night, Kyle told his mother, I've got the crazy feeling something is going to happen to me, and they're going to dedicate the annual to me. Karen told him to never think like that, and Kyle laughed in his usual laid-back way, saying, Oh, Mom, it's just a crazy thought. Nothing's going to happen to me. Still, the doubts troubled Kyle as he wrote in his letter that was found tucked away in his room. It read, This is to anyone. I'm writing because I need someone to talk to, someone to open up to. I need to be held. Yes, me. Even I am not made of brick. Although I'm strong, even strong things break down at times. Whoever reads, I don't want sympathy or talk. I just want someone to listen. I sit here laid back, Tears are falling from my face. I'm so scared. I feel so alone, so lost, confused, sad. I realize I'm not going to have all the things I love forever. Starting off, my friends. God, I've never felt this way. I look at their faces in my mind. What's going to happen? Will I see my friend Kenneth's face forever? I doubt it, even though our love for each other may stay. Eventually we'll separate. The same with Marv, Chris, Brew. Brew's dad said he might move to Pensacola. I dread the thought of losing somebody so close, God. And I'm going to college this year. God, I'm so afraid. I'm so scared. So afraid. I see Mom. God, I don't want to leave her. Sure, I want to party, have a place of my own, but I'm so afraid of leaving because I love her and Kari so much. My grandparents are going to die soon. I can't see living without God. Help. Football. I'm so scared. I love the game so much. What if I don't make college or get a scholarship? It will be the bloody last time to put on a pair of pads, and that hurts. Bad. And Mandy. I love her so much, but God, I'm not even going to have that forever. I mean, sure, you never know. But the only thing that makes me happy and I can talk to might not be here either. And also talking to her about problems of hers. God, this sucks so bad. I love you, Mandy. Wherever you may go in the future, I will love all of you. Mom, Kari, Marvin, Chris, Kenneth, Alex, Roderick, Brian, Travis, Brian, Paul, Bobby, Trey, Brew, Mandy, Luke. I mean, you know all I've really got is myself, and then eventually I'm gone. Well, I'm going. I love everybody. Thanks for listening, piece of paper, or whoever reads it. Love, peace. Your buddy, love, son, brother, forever. I love you all. That spring, Kyle went to a party. The friend that had driven Kyle had to leave early, so Kyle caught a ride with a young man later that evening when he was ready to go home. The young man, whom Kyle did not know well, had been drinking. Perhaps Kyle didn't realize this when he climbed into the back seat, but it was a mistake that would cost him and his family dearly. The car carrying Kyle and 3 other young people was traveling more than 100 miles an hour when the driver lost control in a curve. Police reports estimate that the vehicle slid sideways approximately 130 feet, then went up airborne for 46 feet. The 1992 Mustang finally came to a stop when its rear end slammed into a tree. Kyle was thrown from the car through the back window. Karen answered a knock on the door at 1 a.m. and experienced what she now calls a mother's worst nightmare. She was told that Kyle had been in an accident and was at St. Thomas Hospital in critical condition. On the way to the hospital, Karen kept thinking of all the hard times she, Kyle, and Kari had shared, and how they had always pulled together to make it through. She just knew in their heart that they would be able to again. Karen's hopes were soon dashed. We did all we could, said the doctor. Kyle had died. Though Kyle's pain was over, the pain his mother and his sister would endure had just begun. On Monday, March 30th, 1992, Karen's birthday, a memorial service for Kyle was held in the Hillwood High Gymnasium. With all the students, friends, and teachers present, Kyle's football coach, Jerry Link, presented Karen with Kyle's jersey, number 82, which they had retired in his honor. He also handed her Kyle's cap and gown, which had just come in for graduation. Karen spoke to the crowd. She told Kyle's fellow students, among them many of his closest friends, that they must continue on, and that they must realize how precious life really is. She asked them not to take chances, and to live each day to the best way possible. Karen looked out into the faces of the young audience. Tears rolled down their cheeks as they remembered Kyle. They reflected upon his bright smile, his crazy sense of humor, his athletic ability, but most of all, the way he seemed to really care about everyone around him. She knew that they all realized, as she did, that it really was worth the pain just to have known him. As the school year came to a close, Hillwood High School's yearbook was dedicated to Kyle, and its premonition from months before sadly came true. Karen was presented with a yearbook signed by many of his friends and fellow students. Bruce Birch. Editor's note: Karen is now involved with Mothers Against Drunk Driving and speaks to high school students, as well as to groups of DUI offenders. Next story. Dead at 17. Agony claws my mind. I am a statistic. When I first got here, I felt very much alone. I am overwhelmed by grief, and I expected to find sympathy. I found no sympathy. I saw only thousands of others whose bodies were as badly mangled as mine. I was given a number and placed in a category. The category was called Traffic Fatalities. The day I died was an ordinary school day. How I wish I had taken the bus. But I was too cool for the bus. I remember how I wheedled the car out of Mom. Special favor, I pleaded. All the kids drive. When the 2:50 p.m. bell rang, I threw my books in the locker. Free until tomorrow morning. I ran to the parking lot, excited at the thought of driving the car and being my own boss. It doesn't matter how the accident happened. I was goofing off, going too fast, taking crazy chances. But I was enjoying my freedom and having fun. The last thing I remember was passing an old lady who seemed to be going awfully slow. I heard a crash and felt a terrible jolt. Glass and steel flew everywhere. My whole body seemed to be turning inside out. I heard myself scream. Suddenly, I awakened. It was very quiet. A police officer was standing over me. I saw a doctor. My body was mangled. I was saturated with blood. Pieces of jagged glass were sticking out all over. Strange that I couldn't feel anything. Hey, don't pull that sheet over my head. I can't be dead. I'm only 17. I've got a date tonight. I'm supposed to have a wonderful life ahead of me. I haven't lived yet. I can't be dead. Later, I was placed in a drawer. My folks came to identify me. Why did they have to see me like this? Why did I have to look at Mom's eyes when she faced the most terrible ordeal of her life? Dad suddenly looked very old. He told the man in charge, "Yes, he is our son." The funeral was weird. I saw all my relatives and friends walk toward the casket. They looked at me with the saddest eyes I've ever seen. Some of my buddies were crying. A few of the girls touched my hand and sobbed as they walked by. Please, somebody, wake me up. Get me out of here. I can't bear to see Mom and Dad in such pain. My grandparents are so weak from grief they can barely walk. My brother and sister are like zombies. They move like robots. In a daze. Everybody. No one can believe this. I can't believe it either. Please don't bury me. I'm not dead. I have a lot of living to do. I want to laugh and run again. I want to sing and dance. Please don't put me in the ground. I promise if you just give me one more chance, God, I'll be the most careful driver in the whole world. All I want is one more chance. Please, God. I'm only 17. John Berrio. This story is heavy. Um, was it this story that I just read or the story before? Because I did say, I mean, that is, deception is tough stuff. And, so it was going to be pretty, these stories are going to be pretty heavy. This one just now, oh, okay, yeah. It is. It is. I definitely agree with that. Next story. I'll be looking for you, Ace. Dear Michael. So, Ace, what's it like up in heaven? Everything that's cracked up to be? People say it's supposed to be beautiful, but really, how would anyone know? Maybe that's why I used to be so afraid of dying, because we do not know what is next. Oddly enough, my feelings have changed since you left. I was at work that Saturday, December 6th, with only an hour to go until I had to pick you up at Vinny's house. Then the phone rang. It was our sister, Lauren. I was expecting to hear the usual, remember to bring home some shampoo. Instead, there were words that reverberated through my head. Mike's been hit by a car. I went numb and I shook during the entire drive to St. John's Hospital. I remember praying that your face would not be disfigured and that you did not break too many bones. Death was not even a possibility. I figured you were too good a kid, too strong, too young. You were only 11, and too well liked to be seriously hurt. My worst nightmare could not compare with what I found facing me. I was ushered into this doctor's lounge, where our whole family and your friends were huddled. Phrases such as "holding his own," "it could go either way," and "there's always hopes with kids" floated past my ears. I sank onto a couch. While you were in surgery, I prayed the hardest I ever prayed in my life. Then a few hours later, the doctors let Lauren, Jeff, and me up to see you in the intensive care unit. There you were, underneath the casts, bandages, bruises, stitches, and tubes, was the beautiful little brother I loved. The doctors said that even though you were in a coma, you might be able to hear, but I couldn't speak. Nothing I felt could be put into words. I wanted to give you the world, but I could only hold your hand. I kept thinking, come on, Mike, you can make it. At about 10:30 that night, Lauren, Jeff, and I went home while Mom and Dad stayed. We played some of your albums so loud the floor shook. You would have been so proud of us. After a while, I tried to fall asleep on the couch, but my mind raced. I kept thinking of how you and I danced the whole day together at Cousin Becky's wedding, how you jump around in your room playing air guitar, and how you messed up your lines at the Christmas play tryouts so that Brian could get the part he wanted so badly. I thought how great life was with you. Without you, it would be unbearable. I was so scared. We all did what we could for you. As an offering, Uncle Bob gave up smoking, and you know what a chain smoker he is. Your best friend Mike Matthew went to church and lit 21 candles, your basketball number, for you. Lauren, Jeff, and I were planning a party for you when you came home. Mom and Dad were going to get Ace Frahilly to visit you. All the hoping and planning and praying got us through that first night. In the morning you were transferred to Columbia Presbyterian Hospital, where it was thought that your chances for survival were greater. In Baby's ICU, don't get offended, Mike, Baby's ICU goes up to age 19, a team of wonderful doctors and nurses stayed with you around the clock. I was there for you too, coaching you in my mind, as I used to cheer you on at your Little League game last spring. Come on, Mike, give it your best shot. Your best shot. This is not a game. This is for real. Well, Ace, you made it through one more night. When we got to the hospital early Monday morning, you were having a CAT scan done. We were told we could see you afterward. You came back in cardiac arrest with the doctors giving one last scramble for your life. My mind was frantic. You can't die, Mike. You have too much to live for. What about the guitar lessons you were going to take? The band you were going to start with Matt and Vinny? What about the basketball team? You're the starting center. Wait, Mike. Don't go. I love you too much to lose you. Keep fighting, please. Well, Ace, I know you did what you could. You could only fight so long with so much against you. It was the worst moment in my life when I heard, he's gone. The room spun. I felt detached from my body, as if the pain of this startling reality was too much to bear. I wanted to die too, to be with you, to make sure you were okay. After they took out all the tubes and monitors, the doctors let me in to see you once more. I felt that your soul was close. I wanted to shake your shoulders and have you open your eyes. Instead, I gave you a kiss and rested my face against yours, willing to do anything to bring you back. The only thing I could do was to let you go. Mike, I know you're still with me. I know you're helping me get on with my life. I learned so much from you. You taught me to live one day at a time, to appreciate everything that comes along, to laugh and have fun, to be honest, to accept people for what they are. And while 11 years is a short time, we filled them with so much happiness that can never be lost, even now. The one thing you really did for me was take away my fear of death. I am no longer afraid. I know that God must have something wonderful waiting for a kid like you. My faith has also been strengthened, because if I did not believe in God and heaven, where would you be? Heaven has got to be beautiful with you there. I know that when my time comes, I will be looking for you. Could you be watching so we can find each other? I really miss you, Ace, but I know that you are still with me, and I know we will see each other again. I love you. Jen. Jennifer Lorfink. Wait, so the story about the kid only being 17, the story ended with him wanting to get another chance, but never got it? That seems to be the case. It's where, for me, the lesson seems to be where if you make a very big mistake, a very big mistake, there is no turning back. Even if it results in your death or the death of someone else, there is no going back once that mistake has been made. Even a simple mistake that could affect you in a small degree to that of the biggest degree imaginable, possible, there is no going back. And at least that's what I think the lesson is. I could be wrong there. Next story. Gabby, you're so skinny. I am a straight A student. I am very involved in school activities and considered a very together teenager. Or at least, I was. It all started innocently enough. I weighed about 125 pounds. I was not fat, but I thought I could stand to lose a few pounds. A friend of mine had gone on a health kick and was getting great results from it. She was losing weight. She felt better, and her friends were telling her how great she looked. I wanted to feel that way too. I began exercising and eating healthy snacks instead of the usual Cokes and Chips marathon watching the boob tube. Within a couple of weeks, I had lost weight. I was feeling good. I cared more about what I wore and started feeling attractive in a way I had not experienced before. I would go to school and it seemed like everyone noticed. Gabby, you look great. Gabby, you look so beautiful. And Gabby, you're so skinny. I don't think anything ever felt as good as those comments. I was raised with the message that there is always room for improvement. So I figured if 5 pounds gets this much notice, just think what 10 would do. If cutting back to 1,000 calories works, imagine 500. I figured that was the moment I took off down the road to anorexia. My previous successes didn't feel as good to me as the success of this weight thing. I think it had something to do with the control I felt I had. I lost weight at a fast rate, and every time I lost a pound, I was elated. It was a euphoria now, and looking back, I realized I became addicted to. I lived for that feeling. I remember the first day I went the whole day without eating. When I got into bed that night, I felt this emptiness in my stomach. But I also felt thinness, a feeling I had come to connect with achievement and success. I remember thinking, if I can go a whole day without eating, why not two? There were many days I wish I did just that. Hold on, I messed that up. Let me rephrase that. There were many days I did just that. In fact, I could go 3 days without eating. I don't remember exactly when it happened, but it was sudden and total. No one said nice things to me, and no one was complimenting me. Instead of seeing the logical conclusion, which was that I was taking this too far, I started feeling that I was failing and needed to try harder. I needed to lose more weight. I would have to get serious now. I had days where all I ate was an apple, and then I went to bed at night feeling like a failure, feeling fat. It got to the point that any food in my stomach felt like too much. It felt dirty and disgusting. I belittled myself for being so weak. My life was becoming a hell. I felt that if I could just control myself a little more, it would get better. The truth is, all happiness had long ago slipped away, and my whole being was devoted to the moments of success that I felt when I lost another pound. A part of me knew this was probably wrong, but that part of me was out of reach. It was there, just not able to talk louder than my illness. I needed help, and yet there was no way I could ask for it. I could not even admit it to the people who tried so desperately to give it to me. Teachers, school nurses, friends. They all suspected I had a problem. My concern was only to put them off and convince them I was fine. I wonder if they really believed me, or if they just knew they couldn't help until I was ready. I remember one night my dad brought home steak and announced to me that I was going to eat it, and he was going to watch me. He would not take no for an answer. I cried and begged him not to make me do this. This thing sitting on my plate had become my worst enemy. It was pure fat. One bite would ruin everything. I had to make him understand I could not eat this, and that if he really loved me, he would not make me. I was crying, begging him to let go of this crazy idea, but he wouldn't. He said he would sit there all night. I had no choice. No choice! But this was supposed to be my choice. The one thing I had control over. Those words pushed the button in me, and I no longer cared about him or his feelings. All I felt were anger and hate. I hated him for making me do this, for making me feel my pain and face how distorted my reality had become. I hated him for making me eat that disgusting, evil food. All my life I had done things for everyone else. The grades, the manners, the awards. Everything for them, nothing for me. This eating thing, this losing weight had become mine. It represented me and my choices, and now my dad was trying to take that away from me too. As I lay in bed that night, crying and feeling fat, I knew I needed help. I knew I was hurting people I loved. After staying up all night, I came to the conclusion that it wasn't my dad I hated. I hated me. I realized that I wasn't in control. For the first time in my life, I understood that this was my problem. I needed to take control of my life, not let the disease control it. Things didn't change overnight. In fact, it was one long road to recovery. But slowly, with the help of friends and family, I began to heal. Now that I'm at my ideal weight, I've stopped weighing myself altogether. I no longer peruse fashion magazines either. I may not be in style, but I feel just right. Gabriela Dortes, age 17, as told to Kimberly Kerberger. Valuable lesson in that story for sure. Yep. Very much. Okay, so we're not too far away from the 7th section. Next, well, let me get a drink first. Okay. Just wanted to check what time it was. Next story. Last wish. Excuse me. Chris Hart was not your average 16-year-old. He was 6 feet 8 inches tall and weighed 260 pounds. In his freshman year of high school, he played on the varsity football team. He could bench press 250 pounds and squat 450. Then he was diagnosed with osteogenic sarcoma, a form of cancer. For a while, it was in remission. Then during his junior year, it returned. A couple of months before Christmas in 1993, he was told by doctors that he probably did not have long to live. That same year, a local radio station sponsored a contest granting requests to people who wrote in them with the best Christmas wishes. A member of our church wrote a letter to the radio station on Chris's behalf. Little did I know that when this letter was chosen, my world would change too. Chris's first wish was to have a stereo system for his truck. A local electronics firm obliged. His second wish was to see a Dallas Cowboys football game. That was his favorite team, and he was their greatest fan. To his surprise, he not only got to see the Cowboys play, he actually met some of them in the locker room. Chris's third wish was more difficult to coordinate because of its sensitive nature. He wanted a date with a redhead. At this point, I should explain that I am a redhead. Makes me wonder who the author is. My dad came home from church one night and told me about Chris and his 3 wishes, especially his third wish. Dad, I don't even know the guy, I said. How could I go on a date with him? I didn't go to his school. I never met him. My dad, who is a minister, had visited Chris several times, and all he could say about him was that he was very nice, very tall, and big-boned. With some hesitation, I said yes. The date was scheduled for the week before Christmas. Before then, Chris and I had only talked on the phone. He seemed really sweet, but I was nervous about going out on a date, so I asked one of my best friends to join us. When Chris came to pick me up, I was a little shocked by how he looked. He was huge and bald from his chemotherapy treatments. He wore a hat, but took it off inside to be polite, exposing his hairless head. When we went to a local pizza restaurant, he had to duck to get through the door, and everybody stared at us. After that, he started to come to my house after school, and we talked about our problems or watched movies. He told me how much he missed playing football, and sometimes we listened to music. On Valentine's Day, a friend and I cooked a special dinner for Chris and her boyfriend, and we exchanged presents. Chris seemed pleased with the teddy bear and the new CD. He even asked me to go to his junior-senior prom. Then I did something I'm still ashamed of. It started when the town newspaper did an article about Chris's 3 wishes. It was accompanied by a picture of the 2 of us in front of his truck. The caption said we dated. When kids from school saw the article and pictures, they made comments. I tried to ignore them, but then one day, One of the popular seniors said to me, "Hey, I guess that guy couldn't find anybody better to date." It really hurt. I was only a sophomore and still felt new to the town. I wanted people to like me. I didn't want them to think I was weird. When Chris called, I said I was busy and couldn't talk. I made excuses, so he stopped coming over and we stopped going out. At night, I cried myself to sleep because I knew I was being cruel, but I couldn't help it. Chris's prom was coming up and I knew I had to talk to him. Mom's friend had made a special dress for me and I had promised to go. So I called Chris and we made plans to go out to dinner with friends before the prom. That night when he came to pick me up, we didn't talk much at first. He looked good in his tuxedo and sneakers. He couldn't find any black shoes big enough to fit. He had also lost a lot of weight. His class ring was so loose it kept falling off. We joined our friends for dinner and started to laugh and joke like old times. On the way to the dance, Chris began to feel bad. We waited in the parking lot until he regained his strength. The auditorium was beautifully decorated with an Egyptian theme. Everyone else was dancing and having a great time, but Chris was still weak, so he could only sit and watch. While we were talking, the DJ interrupted the music and one of the football players took the microphone. He talked about Chris and how special he was. They dedicated the prom to Chris and gave him a plaque. It was one of his proudest moments. After the prom, I didn't care what people at my school thought. They could say whatever they wanted. Chris was my friend. I just hoped he could forgive me for the way I had treated him. That spring he became much worse, and the doctors gave him 2 weeks to live. Every day for those 2 weeks, I visited him. He had a huge bed set up in his bedroom with a lot of pillows, and together we watched TV and talked. He wasn't afraid to talk about dying. I found it painful, but my dad said that just by listening to Chris, I was helping him. Each day, it got harder for Chris to concentrate. By the last few days, he could barely recognize anybody. Saturday afternoon was the last time I got to visit Chris. As I was leaving, he called me back and asked for a hug. As I hugged him, he whispered, "I love you." It was the first time he had ever said those words to me. He really had forgiven me. Sunday morning, I went straight home after church. My parents had suggested I join them at a restaurant for lunch, but I thought there was some reason I shouldn't. Only moments after I got home, a phone call came from Chris's dad. Chris was dying. I called the restaurant where my parents were eating, and they rushed home and took me to Chris's. Family and friends were gathered around Chris's bed. He was breathing, with great gasps, very slowly. I stood there but could say nothing. Could say nothing. Words wouldn't come. "Christy's here," my dad said softly. "We're all here and we love you." How could I say goodbye? "Dear God," my dad prayed, "please be with Chris and all of those present in his family. Give us a sense of peace as you receive Chris into your loving arms." I looked up to see Chris take his last breath. He was gone. That was 2 years ago, and I still miss him. Christy Galloway. Makes me wonder who the author is. Honestly, when that story was talking about a redhead, the first thing that came in my head was Lindsay Lohan. She literally was the very first person I was thinking of, because back in 1997. But then again, how old was she in 1997? Because I remember she was involved in The Parent Trap, and she was a little kid in that movie. So she was probably a kid now that I'm thinking about it. So that's gonna make it worse for me. But still. But still. How many stories I got here? So we got 3 more stories left in this section. Next story. Gold medal winner. I spoke at a middle school in the spring of 1995. When the program was over, the principal asked me if I would pay a visit to a special student. An illness had kept the boy home, but he had expressed an interest in meeting me, and the principal knew it would mean a great deal to him. I agreed. During the 9-mile drive to his home, I found out some things about Matthew. He had muscular dystrophy. When he was born, the doctors told his parents that he would not live to see 5. Then they were told he would not make it to 10. He was 13, and from what I was told, a real fighter. He wanted to meet me because I was a gold medal powerlifter, and I knew about overcoming obstacles and going for your dreams. I spent over an hour talking to Matthew. Never once did he complain or ask, "Why me?" He spoke about winning and succeeding and going for his dreams. Obviously, he knew what he was talking about. He didn't mention that his classmates had made fun of him because he was different. He just talked about his hopes for the future and how one day he wanted to lift weights with me. When we finished talking, I went into my briefcase and pulled out the first gold medal I won for powerlifting and put it around his neck. I told him he was more of a winner and knew more about success and overcoming obstacles than I ever would. He looked at it for a moment, then took it off and handed it back to me. He said, "Rick, you are a champion. You earned that medal. Someday when I get to the Olympics and win my gold medal, I will show it to you." Last summer, I received a letter from Matthew's parents telling me that Matthew had passed away. They wanted me to have a letter he had written to me a few days before. "Dear Rick, my mom said I should send you a thank you letter for the neat pictures you sent me. I also wanted to let you know that the doctors tell me I don't have long to live anymore. It is getting very hard for me to breathe and I get tired very easy. But I still smile as much as I can. I know that I will never be as strong as you, and I know we will never get to lift weights together. I told you someday I was going to the Olympics and win a gold medal. I will never get to do that. But I know I am a champion. God knows that too. He knows I'm not a quitter, and when I get to heaven, God will give me my gold medal, and when you get there, I will show it to you. Thanks for loving me. Your friend, Matthew." Rick Metzger. Next story. Anne. Her real name was Anneliese Marie, but people called her Anne, except her mother. Sometimes when her mother was feeling especially impatient or sentimental, she called Anne by her real name. Like most teenagers of any name or place, Anne was in love with life. One minute humming and giggling, then when somebody looked at her wrong or a dark thought came out from the corners of her mind, she fought tears and bit her lip. She wondered what it would be like to be in love and took up almost a whole page in her diary when she got her first kiss. She wasn't precocious or brilliant. Her grades in school were average at best. She was not beautiful, but she had spirit and spunk and could smile on the outside, and while those things did not save her life, they made her immortal. Anne Frank. It's odd, isn't it, that one of the best sellers of all time was not written by a writer or a great teacher or a world leader. It was written by a teenage girl hiding in an attic. Anne had 2 birthdays in that attic. She was barely 13 the summer afternoon in 1942 when her family gathered up a few things and walked in the pouring rain across Amsterdam to a warehouse across her father's grocery business. On August 1st, 1944, 2 months after her 15th birthday, Nazi police burst through the door. Yanking open drawers, ripping mattresses, the police stuffed jewelry in their pockets and looked for hidden money. Then, shoving Anne and her family down the steps into waiting cars, they drove off. No one immediately noticed the red checkered diary left behind. Anne was 16 when she came down with typhus in Bergen-Belsen. Her mother died of exhaustion, her sister of malnutrition. Only her father was found alive, liberated by Russians at Auschwitz. Anne never knew all of this. She died 3 months before her 17th birthday. Nor did she have any idea that years later, over 2,000 young people would march in the rain to Bergen-Belsen to place flowers on the mass grave into which she had been thrown like a piece of garbage. No one will be interested in the unblossoming of a 13-year-old schoolgirl, she writes in the first pages of her diary. She was wrong. That diary is translated into over 30 languages, her name a household word. The attic on the Prinsengracht Canal in Amsterdam is now a museum. A week after the Franks' arrest, a family friend found the diary, and after the war, gave it to Anne's father. In 1947, though turned down by 2 Dutch publishing houses, it came out under the title Diary of a Young Girl. Ever since, people have turned to that attic prison where only sunlight came from the unquenchable spirit of a teenage girl whom teachers had found average. Through this dreamy adolescent, we watched the world grow dark, fear moving through every aspect of life like a cancer on the loose. We know from the outset how it will all end, but Anne sees things differently. Even as the news sputtering in over the radio grows worse and worse, Anne continues to write happy stories about elves, bears, and an old dwarf. Even as she sits crammed up in the secret corner of a world gone mad, she talks about playing ping pong and how good the sun feels on her face. Even after she loses one of her many private bouts with encroaching loneliness, she says she knows in her heart that people are basically kind, and that no matter what happens, good will win out. Did it? Will it again? 100 years before Anne Frank wrote in her diary, an old British scholar, sitting in his soft leather chair and enjoying a good cigar, wrote these immortal words. The pen is mightier than the sword. It was a teenage girl who not only proved it, but went one better. In the long run, the sharpest weapon of all is a kind and gentle spirit. Ida Hughes. Is this the story of Anne Frank? I read that book. It's more like a synopsis, I guess you could say, of that book. Truth be told, I once borrowed that book from my high school library, but I never was able to finish it before I had to return it. But I would love to get her book and read it on do a reading stream on that. There's another book that also crossed my mind as well. That was sort of written in that style as well as Anne Frank, and that was the book that was written by an anonymous source titled Go Ask Alice. I have heard of that book, and I remember reading that book for the first bit, and just in those first 10 pages alone, I was reading it out loud, and my mama was like, what did you just say? And I'm like, Mom, it's from the book. Well, I don't know why they're letting kids read books like that. And I'm like, because we're teenagers and we need to know about this sort of thing so we can learn from it. That's what it is. Of course, I didn't say it, but I was thinking it. Let me get one more drink. Final story of the tough stuff section. Desiderata. Go placidly amid the noise and haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible, without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others, even the dull and ignorant. They too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexatious to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become bitter or vain, for always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career, however humble. It is a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery. But let this not blind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. Be yourself. Especially, do not feign affection. Neither be cynical about love, for in the face of all aridity and disenchantment, it is perennial as the grass. Take kindly the counsel of the years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune, but do not distress yourself with imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Beyond a wholesome discipline, be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe no less than the trees and the stars. You have a right to be here, and whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore, be at peace with God, whatever you conceive Him to be, and whatever your labors and aspirations, in the noisy confusion of life, keep peace with your soul. With all its sham, drudgery, and broken dreams, it is still a beautiful world. Be cheerful. Strive to be happy. Max Ehrmann. So for section 7, making a difference, we have 10 short stories here. But first, before we get started with reading them, a quote. Great opportunities to help others seldom come, but small ones surround us every day. Sally Coach. First story. What is success? What is success? To laugh often and much. To win the respect of intelligent people and affection of children. To earn the appreciation of honest critics and endure the betrayal of false friends. To appreciate beauty. To find the best in others. To leave the world a bit better, whether by a healthy child, a golden patch, or a redeemed social condition. To know even one life has breathed easier because you have lived. This is to have succeeded. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Second story. Actually, this little poem is very true on everything that literally just said. And I mean everything, to the point where I honestly cannot add to it. Next story. Be cool. Stay in school. How fitting, because we're in the middle. School season just started for everybody that's in school, both college and either elementary, middle, high school, and even the preschools. In the 8th grade, I was the student body president of Irwin Middle School in Asheville, North Carolina. I consider this quite an honor since there were over 1,000 students in the school. At the end of the year, I was asked to make a speech at the ceremony where my class was promoted to high school. I knew this had to be more than just the brief comments a student might normally give. We are the class of 2000. Remember, this was released in 1997. So I wanted my speech to be as special as we were. I spent several nights lying in bed, thinking about what to say. Many things crossed my mind, but none of them involved all my classmates. Then one night it hit me. Irwin High School has the highest dropout rate of any high school in our country. What better goal could we have than for every single one of us to graduate? What if I could get my class to become the first class in history of our public school system to enter high school as freshmen and all graduate? Wouldn't that be awesome? The speech I gave on graduation day was only 12 minutes long, but what it started is unbelievable. When I issued the challenge to my classmates to become the first class in history to ever enter high school as freshmen and all graduate, the entire audience, including the parents, grandparents, and teachers, erupted in applause. As I showed the personalized certificates and signs each student would get, I could tell they were really enthused. At the end of my speech, the whole audience jumped to its feet with a standing ovation. It was all I could do to keep my composure and not break down and cry. I'd had no idea my challenge would bring this kind of response. Throughout the summer, I worked on developing a program to carry our commitment into high school. I gave speeches to civic clubs and groups and talked with several of my classmates. I told our high school principal that I wanted to start a dropout patrol made up of students who would be willing to help and support other students during bad times. I told him I wanted to design a special shirt to identify members of our class and would like to sell these to make money to publish a class directory. Then I told him I thought it would be good if we could have some type of party to celebrate if we made it through a whole semester without losing anyone. I'll go you one better than that, he told me. I'll throw your class a party at the end of each grading period if you don't lose anyone. That was really exciting because the grading period was only 6 weeks, just 30 school days. The plan was beginning to come together. Throughout the summer, word began to spread about our challenge. I appeared on local television and radio, the newspaper, and asked me to write a guest column, and calls started coming in from everywhere. One day I received a call from CBS News in New York. One of their researchers had found my newspaper article, and they were interested in featuring our class on their 48 Hours program. Ken Hamlin, the Black Avenger on National Talk Radio, featured us in his August 1996 publication, Ken Hamlin Talks with America. He invited me to appear on his show and tell the country about our commitment. All this was amazing because I had told our class we could become the most famous class in America if we all made it to the graduation. We were just beginning and we were already drawing national attention. As I write this story, our journey is just beginning. We have the first 12 weeks of school behind us. Our pledges are hanging in the school lobby across from the principal's office. Across from them is a large glass case where we mounted a piece of sheet metal with a huge hourglass painted on it. In the tops of the hourglass there is a round magnetic dot for each day we have remained in high school. We appointed a committee of dropout patrol members to monitor the hourglass. Each day they moved the dot from the top to bottom. It's let us track our progress in a way the entire class can watch. We began with 170 dots in the top, but now 60 of them have been moved to the bottom, and we have earned our second party. It's fun to watch the dots move. We are just starting a difficult 4-year journey, but we have already made a significant impact. Last year, by the end of the second grading period, 13 kids had dropped out the freshman class. So far this year, not a single person who signed the pledge had quit, and the Dropout Patrol has become the largest organized group in the school. Businesses are seeing what a program run completely by kids can do, and they are throwing their support behind us. We have banks, car dealers, furniture stores, restaurants, and more where we can get discounts for our entire family when we show our Dropout Patrol ID cards. Others are donating U.S. savings bonds and merchandise that we use to reward kids for supporting our program. The Irwin High Committed Class of 2000 would like to encourage your class to start a program like ours. Wouldn't it be awesome if the entire class of 2000 nationwide had a 100% graduation rate? Who knows? Maybe it can. Jason Summey, age 15. They do have an editor's note on the bottom of the page, but because this is a book that is, 26 years old, I'm pretty sure this information is very much outdated by now. so I'm not going to say the editor's note. Next story. The leader. If only they knew how hard it is for me. I'm turning 16, the world I begin to see. My friends began to change right before my eyes, and now they seem to laugh and tell all sorts of lies. They hang around together in groups of 3 or 4. The language they use, it isn't gentle anymore. The kids that seem most lonely wind up in their pack, and those that stand alone, they talk behind their back. Somehow I feel rejected because I don't conform. Those that step to their own beat don't seem to be the norm. I've watched a few just fade away with drugs and alcohol, and many more have given up, too many to recall. Alcohol is an option for everyone in my school. I've lost a friend to booze again. I will not be a fool. And sex it seems so open for everyone to explore. 3 girls I know that came to school don't come here anymore. If only I could make a difference, what could I do or say? I would go to school and try my best each and every day. There's one thing I'd like to do before I graduate. I'd like to touch them one by one before it is too late. Tony Overman. This one actually kind of hits me a little bit more, honestly, because while I was in school, there were a few students that I recalled. There were a few female students that I remember seeing in my time in high school that had to drop out because of them having to. Hey, Azalea, how you doing tonight? How you doing tonight, Azalea? I'm doing pretty good. Just reading the book. Went from, I'm just reading this book. It's about to tell a little bit of a story. How you doing tonight? Doing all right? Tired? But as I was saying, this short, this whole short bit reminds me of how there were people in my high school. I don't know if anybody can. I don't know how many people can relate to this, but there were some people in my high school that not very many of them, but there were a few people that I went to high school with that had to drop out because they were pregnant. And it sucked not being able to see them anymore after that, but you know, that's just how things can be at times. It sucks not being able to see the people that you've seen. Like, even now that I've graduated from high school, I honestly barely keep contact with anybody from my high school anymore. Like, yeah, I got Facebook, but I mean, that's not really saying much. And I say it isn't saying much because, I mean, yeah, you can talk to them, but you're not actually seeing them. But it is a second alternative, so there's that, I guess. Next story. Courage in action. A couple of years ago, I witnessed courage that ran chills up and down my spine. At a high school assembly, I had spoken about picking on people and how each of us has the ability to stand up for people instead of putting them down. Afterwards, we had a time when anyone could come out of the bleachers and speak into the microphone. Students could say thank you to someone who helped them, and some people came up and did just that. A girl thanked some friends who had helped her through family troubles. A boy spoke of some people who had supported him during an emotionally difficult time. Then a senior girl stood up. She stepped over to the microphone, pointed to the sophomore section, and challenged her whole school. Let's stop picking on that boy. Sure, he's different from us, but we are in this thing together. On the inside, he's no different from us and needs our acceptance, love, compassion, and approval. He needs a friend. Why do we continually brutalize him and put him down? I'm challenging this entire school to lighten up on him and give him a chance. All that time she shared, I had my back to the section where that boy sat. and I had no idea who he was. But obviously the school knew. I felt almost afraid to look at his section, thinking the boy must be red in the face, wanting to crawl under his seat and hide from the world. But as I glanced back, I saw a boy smiling from ear to ear. His whole body bounced up and down, and he raised one fist in the air. His body language said, "Thank you, thank you. Keep telling them. You saved my life today." Bill Sanders. I have to do some things before I leave a lurk. Alright, Azalea. I appreciate the lurk. I was gonna say something in regards to you having to do some things, but either way, I appreciate you stopping by, even if you're lurking, because at least it might mean you're listening to me reading these interesting stories. The thing about these stories is that because obviously of the title, and I'm saying this in general, because of the title of it being The Teenage Soul, I'm reading this as a means to help any teenager that might have a story in here that they could relate to and have it be a lesson for them. But I also think children that are any child that's 12 going on to 13, this might be a way for them to be like, okay, I'm about to turn 13, so maybe this book, even if they don't want me to read it and they want to read it for themselves, so they can look it up somewhere and buy it online, maybe, you know what I'm saying, do something like that. Either way, I'd be helping somebody. I honestly feel like I'd still be helping somebody either way. Whether they're listening to me read the stories, or if they choose to say, well, he's reading the stories, but I want to read them for myself and just buy the book. I'm basically giving them awareness when you think about it. I really am when you think about it. Although this book came out in 1997, and there were 3 other books of Teenage Soul that came out after this. I only have 2 of the 3 because I never knew there was a 3rd one that existed up until I've seen it on Amazon the one day. Yeah. Next story. Turning Up Your Light. But first, for the first time in a number of stories, a quote. "Those who bring sunshine to the lives of others cannot keep it from themselves." James M. Barrie. Why does that sound so much familiar? Probably because it reminds me of somebody. Well, either way. And no, don't take that as a hint. I'm referring to somebody. Just roll with it. Anyway. More than 3 decades ago, I was a sophomore at a large high school in Southern California. The student body of 3,200 was a melting pot of ethnic differences. The environment was tough. Knives, pipes, chains, brass knuckles, and an occasional zip gun were commonplace. Fights and gang activity were weekly events. After a football game in the fall of 1959, I left the bleachers with my girlfriend. As we walked down the crowded sidewalk, someone kicked me from behind. Turning around, I discovered the local gang, armed with brass knuckles. The first blow of the unprovoked attack immediately broke my nose, one of several bones to be broken in the pounding. Fists came from every direction as the 15 gang members surrounded me. More injuries. A brain concussion. Internal bleeding. Eventually I had to have surgery. My doctor told me that if I had been hit in the head one more time, I probably would have died. Fortunately, they did not harm my girlfriend. After I recovered medically, some friends approached me and said, "Let's go get those guys." That was the way problems were resolved. After being attacked, evening the score became a priority. A part of me said, yes. The sweet taste of revenge was clearly an option. But another part of me paused and said, no. Revenge did not work. Clearly, history had demonstrated time and again that reprisal only accelerates and intensifies conflict. We needed to do something differently to break the counterproductive chain of events. Working with various ethnic groups, we put together what we called a Brotherhood Committee to work on enhancing racial relationships. I was amazed to learn how much interest fellow students had in building a brighter future. Not all bought into doing things differently. While small numbers of students, faculty, and parents actively resisted these cross-cultural exchanges, more and more individuals joined in on an effort to make a positive difference. 2 years later, I ran for student body president. Even though I ran against two friends, one a football hero and the other a popular big man on campus, a significant majority of the 3,200 students joined me in the process of doing things differently. I will not claim that the racial problems were fully resolved. We did, however, make significant progress in building bridges between cultures, learning how to talk with and relate to different ethnic groups, resolving differences without resorting to violence, and learning how to build trust in the most difficult of circumstances. It's amazing what happens when people are on speaking terms with one another. Being attacked by the gang those many years ago was clearly one of my toughest life moments. What I learned, however, about responding with love rather than returning hate has been a powerful force in my life. Turning up in our light in the presence of those whose light is dim, becomes the difference that makes the difference. Eric Allenbaugh. Next story. The Oyster. There once was an oyster, whose story I tell, who found that some sand had got into his shell. It was only a grain, but it gave him great pain, for oysters have feelings, although they're so plain. Now did he berate the harsh workings of fate that had brought him to such a deplorable state. Did he curse at the government, cry for election, and claim that the sea should have given him protection? No, he said to himself as he lay on his shell, since I could not remove it. I shall try to improve it. Now the years have rolled around, as the years always do, and he came to his ultimate destiny, stew. And the small grain of sand that had bothered him so was a beautiful pearl, all richly aglow. Now the tale has a moral, for isn't it grand what an oyster can do with a morsel of sand? What couldn't we do if we'd only begin with some of the things that get under our skin? Author unknown. Next story. Courage in a Fire. Melinda Clark pulled the blanket up under Courtney's chin and whispered, "Good night, Corky." It was 10 p.m. and time for bed. Melinda grinned and patted the huge lump under the covers created by Courtney's 3-foot panda. Wait, you got a panda? What? The two sisters shared the same room, but 13-year-old Melinda didn't mind at all. Courtney, who was only 4, seemed like her baby too. Melinda jumped under her own covers, but she didn't pull them up. Even though it was February and there was snow frozen on the ground outside, it seemed unusually warm that night, especially for Everett, Pennsylvania. Something wet slopped along her cheek. "Oh, Beau, you're a good dog." The miniature collie licked her again. His tail thumped along her bed as she rubbed his sable fur. Melinda's nose twitched at the smoky odor in the air. It was probably just the wood stove downstairs. Fumes traveled up the staircase easily. Melinda shut her eyes. 2-year-old Justin startled her as he burst through the doorway. He ran over to Melinda's bed and banged his fists on her. "Mom hurt!" His face flushed red. What? Melinda jumped up. The carpet felt very warm as she dropped her bare feet onto the floor. The smoky smell was stronger as she stood up. What was going on? She rubbed her tingling cheeks and ran into the hall between the two second-story bedrooms. She paused. As she opened the door at the top of the stairs, smoke sucked up the steps in swirls. Orange flames crackled and leaped toward her like snatching fingers. She covered her hot face and screamed. Wayne! She turned and yelled for her 12-year-old brother. Although his bedroom light was on, she couldn't even see his bed through the ballooning smoke. But Wayne fought through the gray haze and stumbled into her. He was in his underwear. My window! Melinda yelled. Together they ran into Melinda's room to the double windows where Wayne began struggling with the stubborn latch on the chest-high lodge. Pull! Shove it! I'm yanking! The fiberglass curtains melted down the sides of the window. Flakes of hot plastic burned into Wayne's bare back. Melinda smashed her fist against the latch. If they couldn't get it open, they were going to die. Wayne banged at the latch, too. Suddenly, it budged, then slipped open. But as they shoved on the window, it held tightly shut, swollen from the waves of heat. Courtney yanked on Melinda's pink nightgown, screaming and crying. She coughed and choked in the acrid fumes. Melinda's eyes stung. She gritted her teeth. They weren't going to die from these flames. Shove, Wayne! Together! Now! They banged on the window. Again! Harder! She coughed. She threw all her 100 pounds behind the thrust. Wayne shoved too, and together they finally forced the stubborn window open. Melinda told Wayne to climb out of the plastic porch roof. She handed Courtney over the window. Then Melinda pulled herself over the window ledge. The three children walked to the edge of the roof, looking for a way down. Wayne jumped to the ground to catch the younger kids. Suddenly, Melinda looked at Wayne. Her eyes round circles. Justin. Where's Justin? Justin! She screamed. He had been right with them. Without pausing for a breath, she turned around and climbed back over the hot window ledge. Justin! She called. She dropped onto her hands and knees, crawled low on the hot carpet. She found the closet and found her hands around. No Justin. She tried to call, but she choked. Her throat felt like hot coals. Yanking on the tangled nightie under her burning knees, she bumped into Courtney's 5-foot-tall toy dog and duck, knocking them both over. Could Justin have gone back into his bedroom? If he had, she'd never make it through the smoke and flames, which now sucked up the open staircase and window as if a vacuum were outside the window. Stretching out flat, she felt under Courtney's bed. No Justin. She coughed in spasms and grabbed at her throat. She couldn't breathe. She wasn't going to make it. As she crawled toward the window, she heard a noise coming from under her bed. She scrambled across the floor and reached underneath the bed, her hand bumping into fur. Bew. He whimpered again and lifted her hand. She searched her fingers past Bew and touched hair. Justin. He was there hiding too. Thanks for whimpering, Bew, she thought. She grabbed Justin by his hair and pulled him out. He clung to her like a baby koala as she crawled back toward the window. She lifted him over the window ledge and climbed out behind, gasping for mouthfuls of air. But as she stepped onto the plastic roof, her foot crashed through the melted plastic up to her knee. She ripped her leg out of the hole and moved to the edge of the roof. A second later, the picture window below them exploded. Shattering glass flew out 30 feet. Courtney and Justin screamed and pulled at Melinda's arms. Bew! Melinda yelled. She looked behind at the flames, looking out the bedroom window. Oh, Bew! She tried to swallow, and without another pause, she pushed both younger children off the roof and into the snow, 18 feet below. She leapt behind them, practically smashing Justin as she hit the ground. A trooper who had seen the fire from the road scooped up the children and carried them across the glass and snow to his car. "Mommy!" Justin cried. "Where's Mom?" Melinda asked. She ran up to the neighbor's porch just as her mom ran across the snow to wrap Melinda in her arms. "I was calling 911, she choked as she grabbed Wayne in a hug. "I was down in the basement changing the wash. I saw you at the top of the stairs. I yelled at you to get out." The trooper carried the little ones into the neighbor's house. They called their dad, who was working the night shift at Everett Door Manufacturing. Melinda dropped onto a beanbag chair. The voices and faces swirled around her. She passed out for a few moments. When she came to, she was in an ambulance. The red light flashed. The siren screamed. She drifted in and out of consciousness several more times before reaching the hospital. Melinda was treated for smoke inhalation, as were her brothers and sister. Melinda's nightgown was melted in spots, and although it stuck to her skin, her body beneath it wasn't burned. Both she and Wayne suffered minor burns, however. Melinda's leg was scratched and burned from where it had broken through the roof, while Wayne's back was burned in small spots from the fiberglass curtains. Courtney and Justin received scratches in their tumble from the overhang. Their pajamas were scorched, but all 4 children were alive. Justin kept repeating, "An angel picked me up and threw me out the window. It was a real angel, I know it." Melinda smiled. She hugged Justin and closed her eyes. No one could determine the cause of the fire. "It wasn't until the next day when we went back that I got really scared," Melinda remembers. "When we walked into the downstairs, it was really strange. Some things were burned and other things weren't. Like the fish was still alive, swimming in his bowl in the dining room, but our bedrooms were ruined." Her brown eyes suddenly filled with tears. "Beau didn't make it." She looked down. "I had to leave him under my bed." But Justin did make it, because Melinda crawled back into the flames to save her brother. Her fast action and courage wouldn't let her give up. She was an angel indeed. Barbara A. Lewis. Let me do something real quick. Hold on a second. Okay. I got what I needed. I'm gonna wait till I get to the final section to do it. Next story. The most mature thing I've ever seen. Every student at Monroe High School knew about it. Nobody did it. Nobody. Lunchtime at Monroe High School was consistent. As soon as the bell that ended the last morning class started ringing, the students swarmed toward their lockers, and those who didn't eat in the cafeteria headed with their sack lunches toward the quad. The quad was a large treeless square of concrete in the center of campus. It was the meeting and eating place. Around the quad, the various school cliques assembled. The druggies lined up on the south side. The punkers were next to them. On the east side were the brothers. Next to them were the nerds and brains. The jocks stood on the north side next to the surfers. The rednecks were on the west side. The socialites were in the cafeteria. Everybody knew their place. This arrangement did create some tension, but for all the tension generated on the perimeter of the quad at lunchtime, it was nothing compared with the inside of the quad. The inside was no man's land. Nobody at Monroe walked across the middle of the quad. To get from one side to the other, students walked around the quad. Around the people. Around the stairs. Everybody knew about it, so nobody did it. Then one day at the beginning of spring, a new student arrived at Monroe. Her name was Lisa. She was unfamiliar to the area. In fact, she was new to the state. And although Lisa was pleasant enough, she did not quickly attract friends. She was overweight and shy, and the style of her clothes was not right. She had enrolled at Monroe that morning, All morning she had struggled to find her classes, sometimes arriving late, which was especially embarrassing. The teachers had generally been tolerant, if not cordial. Some were irritated. The classes were already too large, and now this added paperwork before class. But she had made it through the morning to the lunch bell. Hearing the bell, she sighed into the crush of students in the hall. She weaved her way to her locker and tried her combination 3, 4, 5 times before it banged open. Standing in front of her locker, she decided to carry along with her lunch all of her books for afternoon classes. She thought she could save herself another trip to her locker by eating lunch on the steps in front of her next class. So Lisa began the longest walk of her life, the walk across campus toward her next class. Through the hall, down the steps, across the lawn, across the sidewalk, across the quad. As Lisa walked, she sifted the heavy books, alternately resting the arm that held her light lunch. She had grabbed too many books. The top book kept slipping off, and she was forced to keep her eye on it in a balancing act as she moved past the people, shifting the books from arm to arm, focusing on the balanced book, shuffling forward, oblivious to her surroundings. All at once, she sensed something. The air was eerily quiet. A nameless dread clutched her. She stopped. She lifted her head. Hundreds of eyes were staring. Cruel, hateful stares. Pitiless stares. Angry stares. Unfeeling, cold stares. They bore into her. She froze, dazed, pinned down. Her mind screamed, "No, this can't be happening!" What happened next, people couldn't say for sure. Some later said she dropped her book, reached down to pick it up, and lost her balance. Some claimed she tripped. It didn't matter how it happened. She slipped to the pavement and lay there, laying splayed in the center of the quad. Then the laughter started, like an electric current jolting the perimeter, charged with nightmarish quality, wrapping itself around and around its victim. And she lay there. From every side, fingers pointed, and then the taunting began, building in a raucous merriment, building in heartless insanity. You! 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 And she lay there. From Doggo. From the edge of the perimeter, a figure emerged slowly. He was a tall boy, and he walked rigidly as though he were measuring each step. He headed straight toward the place where the fingers pointed. As more and more students noticed someone else in the middle, the calls softened and they ceased. A hush flickered over the crowd. The boy walked into the silence. He walked steadily, his eyes fixed on the form lying on the concrete. By the time he reached the girl, the silence was deafening. The boy simply knelt and picked up the lunch sack and started books, and then he placed his hand under the girl's arm and looked into her face, and she got up. The boy steadied her once as they walked across the quad and through the quiet perimeter that parted before them. The next day at Monroe High School, at lunchtime, a curious thing happened. As soon as the bell that ended the last morning class started ringing, the students swarmed toward their lockers. Then those who didn't eat in the cafeteria headed with their sack lunches across the quad. From all parts of the campus, different groups of students walked freely across the quad. No one could really explain why it was okay now. Everybody just knew. And if you ever visit Monroe High School, that's how it is today. It happened some time ago. I never even knew his name. But what he did, nobody who was there will ever forget. Nobody. Chris Blake. Submitted by Leon Bunker. Ain't that nice? Next story. Broken Wing. But first a quote. You were born with wings. Why prefer to crawl through life? Rumi. Some people are just doomed to be failures. That's the way some adults look at troubled kids. Maybe you've heard the saying, a bird with a broken wing will never fly as high. I'm sure that T.J. Ware was made to feel this way almost every day at school. By high school, T.J. was the most celebrated troublemaker in his town. Teachers literally cringed when they saw his name posted on their classroom lists for the next semester. He wasn't very talkative, didn't answer questions, and got into a lot of fights. He had flunked almost every class by the time he ended his senior year, yet he was being passed on each year to a higher grade level. Teachers didn't want to have him again the following year. TJ was moving on, but definitely not moving up. I met TJ for the first time at a weekend leadership retreat. All the students at school had been invited to sign up for an ACE training, a program designed to have students become more involved in their communities. TJ was one of 405 students who signed up. When I showed up to lead their first retreat, the community leaders gave me this overview of the attending students. We have a total spectrum represented today from student body president to TJ Ware, the boy with the longest arrest record in the history of town. Somehow I knew that I wasn't the first to hear about TJ's darker side as the first words of introduction. At the start of the retreat, TJ was literally standing outside the circle of students against the back wall with that "go ahead and press me" look on his face. He didn't readily join the discussion groups, didn't seem to have much to say, but slowly the interactive games drew him in. The ice really melted when the group started building a list of positive and negative things that had occurred at school that year. TJ had some definite thoughts on those situations. The other students in TJ's group welcomed his comments. All of a sudden, TJ felt like a part of the group, and before long he was being treated like a leader. He was saying things that made a lot of sense, and everyone was listening. TJ was a smart guy and he had some great ideas. The next day, TJ was very active in all of the sessions. By the end of the retreat, he had joined the homeless project team. He knew something about poverty, hunger, and hopelessness. The other students on the team were impressed with his passionate concern and ideas. They elected TJ co-chairman of the team. The student council president would be taking his instruction from TJ Ware. When TJ showed up at school on Monday morning, he arrived to a firestorm. A group of teachers were protesting to the school principal about his being elected co-chairman. The very first community-wide service project was to be a giant food drive, organized by the homeless project team. These teachers couldn't believe that the principal would allow this crucial beginning to a prestigious 3-year action plan to stay in the incapable hands of TJ Ware. They reminded the principal, "He has an arrest record as long as your arm. He'll probably steal half the food." Mr. Comshaw reminded them that the purpose of the ACE program was to uncover any positive passion that a student had and reinforce its practice until true change could take place. The teachers left the meeting, shaking their heads in disgust, firmly convinced that failure was imminent. 2 weeks later, TJ and his friends led a group of 70 students in a drive to collect food. They collected a school record, 2,854 cans of food in just 2 hours. It was enough to fill the empty shelves in 2 neighborhood centers, and the food took care of needy families in the area for 75 days. The local newspaper covered the event with a full-page article the next day. That newspaper story was posted on the main bulletin board at school, where everyone could see it. TJ's picture was up there for doing something great, for leading a record-setting food drive. Every day he was reminded about what he did. He was being acknowledged as a leadership material. TJ started showing up at school every day and answered questions from teachers for the first time. He led a second project, collecting 300 blankets and 1,000 pairs of shoes for the homeless shelter. The event he started now yields 9,000 cans of food in one day, taking care of 70% of the need for food for 1 year. TJ reminds us that a bird with a broken wing only needs mending, but once it is healed, it can fly higher than the rest. TJ got a job. He became productive. He is flying quite nicely these days. Jim Holohan. This is the what I say to everybody. Even people that have a bit of a criminal record can change for the better. But as I always say to anybody, change, and I resonate with this though. Change can only happen if you are willing to do so, and you keep up with that change. I would know this because if anybody were to look back on my content from like 3 to 5 years ago, you would see me as one of the most raging gamers you probably have ever seen in your entire life. But then you look at my content in recent times, yeah, I will have my raging moments and, I'll be frustrated and all of that. But I have more moments where I'm like, okay, alright, I see what this is doing. It's trying to get me to react. Not gonna happen. And if anybody here doesn't believe me, you can always enter my content. It's right. Everything is right there. That's why I generally am playing more relaxing games, or at least single-player games, that I know would not get me to go crazy over a video game. That's why, like, with Spider-Man, for an example, I'm playing that game right now. I'm about 2/3 of the way done with that game. But I'm enjoying it very much because although I've died, honest to God truth, I was like I was about 2/3, like between halfway to 2/3 of the way there, and in that whole frame, I got my first death. Well, I wouldn't really say death, but you know what I'm saying. It was the first time my health bar went down to 0. That whole time. And ever since that point, I've not had my health bar depleted that far down. Ever. I want to keep that up. I want to see if I can actually play the rest of that game without having my health bar depleted to 0 once after that one tidbit. But yeah, at the end of the day, as long as you're willing to change, it's all up to you. The only person who can change a person is that person themselves. Everybody around them can say, you should make a change, and give you advice on how to make that change. But I also think about this one, what was this one? I'd have to find it. What was this story here? I remember seeing it too. Right here. I read this in the last stream I did with this story. But this is pretty much the story I'm talking about. Please listen. So yeah, that could go so many different ways. But like I said, ultimately, the only person that can change a person is the person, him, her, and themselves. That's it. Nobody else. Final story. Before we're on the final section. Passing the dream. She sat on the bench, feeding the birds. Just throwing crumbs, not saying a word. I sat down with my beads and braids, proclaiming that what a mess her generation had made. I spoke of poverty and the war in Nam. What is the use of going on? She replied softly, all my life I have worked for change. Today I give you my dream. You can make a difference with the small things you do. The future is entirely left to you. If things go wrong and you feel down, open your eyes and look around. Don't look for someone to blame. Search for an inspiration to rise again. The changes you make may not always be seen, but perhaps you can give a child the chance to dream. So get to work and maybe find a small solution to help humankind. All my life I have worked for change. Today I give you my dream. Today I decided to take a walk. I passed the teen loudly playing his boombox. He turned his music down low, and we chatted for a minute or so. He spoke of the homeless and the streets filled with crime. Couldn't my generation have found the time to ease some of this discord by feeding the hungry and housing the poor? I replied softly, all my life I have worked for change. Today I give you my dream. I hope you make our world a better place, but you must work diligently. Just keep pace with the changes and dreams of the generation to come, but with a little luck, a small battle may be won. Someday we will merge, and in time you will see the older generation looking back to see how you have answered all these questions you ask. Fixing tomorrow is now your task. All my life I have worked for change. Today I give you my dream. Penny Caldwell. And now for the final section. So there are actually 17 stories in this section, based on what I'm counting. But you know what? I am determined to keep this going. What time is it anyway, actually? Actually, I also did say I was gonna do this real quick. There we go. Alright. Section 8. Going for it. Quote, having a dream isn't stupid, Norm. It's not having a dream that's stupid. Cliff Clavin. Cheers. First story. The Girl Next Door. Do you remember many years ago when we were young and we used to play together every day? It seems like yesterday, the childhood world of clouds and cotton candy and summer days that never seemed to end, when we played hide and seek from 4 o'clock till dusk and sat outside on someone's stoop and listened to the crickets, and slapped away mosquitoes and talked about our dreams and what we'd do when we grew up until our mothers called us in. And do you remember that one winter when it snowed for days and days on end, we tried to build an igloo like the Eskimos? Or when we made a game of raking leaves all up and down the street until we'd made the biggest pile the world had ever seen, and then we jumped in it? Or how about the time we gathered honeysuckle from your yard and sold it to the neighbors? And the grand day when finally the training wheels came off our bikes and we were free to explore the whole world in the afternoon, so long as we stayed on our own street. But those days passed by furtively, and we grew up, as children do, until we reached a day when we assumed that we were too grown up to play amid the trees on summer nights. And when I see you now, you've changed in ways I can't explain. You're like a rose that blooms before its time and falls a victim to the February frost. Because the waist on your jeans is fitting tight, symbolic of a youth that's not your own, and your face is pale and green, you don't look so well. I see you scowling in the street from the window in your room. It's so rare to see you smiling anymore. And when a car pulls up outside, you run downstairs and out the door with a suitcase in each hand, and the car speeds away, and the girl next door is gone. And I long once more for summer days, when I stood on your porch and banged on your door, and bade you come outside to greet the afternoon's adventures. Won't you come out to play once more? For we are still so young. Amanda Dykstra, age 14. I honestly cannot help, after reading that second half of that poem, I cannot help but think of the song of Do You Want to Build a Snowman from Frozen? Because that's exactly what this is kind of reminding me of. Because of the fact that, Elsa and Anna were so willing, they used to play together in their young childhood, but then eventually Elsa had to be behind a door and she didn't want to come out to play anymore. I made that into a rhyme, but you get my point. I think you guys get... That is a very good comparison when you think about it. But I still made that rhyme, but whatever. Next story. This is going to be a long story, a bit of a long story, by the way. Probably the longest of the whole book. But I'm reading it anyway, because why not? Next story. I'll be back. But first a quote. Although the world is full of suffering, it is also full of the overcoming of it. Helen Keller. Linda and Bob Samel braced themselves as they approached the door to the hospital room. Keep calm, Linda told herself as she reached for the knob. You don't want to upset him any more than he already is. That sleety afternoon of December 23rd, 1988, their 15-year-old son Chris had been riding with 5 friends from the Sam Liz's hometown of Torrington, Connecticut, to nearby Waterbury. Suddenly, the teenagers' laughter turned to screams as their car skidded on an icy patch and slammed into a guardrail. 3 of the kids, including Chris, were catapulted out of the rear window. 1 died instantly. Another was seriously injured. Chris had been found sitting on the median, staring with dazed eyes at a torrent of blood gushing from his left thigh. 20 feet away was his left leg, severed through the knee by a guardrail cable. He was rushed to the Waterbury Hospital for surgery. His parents had to wait almost 7 hours to see him. Now Linda's eyes filled with tears at the sight of her son in the hospital bed. Bob, a Torrington letter carrier, took Chris's hand. Dad, I lost my leg, the young man said softly to his father. Bob nodded and squeezed his hand tighter. After a brief silence, Chris added, What's going to happen to my basketball career? Bob Samel struggled to control his emotions. The game had been Chris's passion since early childhood, and already he was becoming a local legend. The previous season, as an 8th grader at St. Peter's, he had compiled a remarkable 41-point average. Now a freshman at Torrington High, Chris had scored a total of 62 points in 2 junior varsity games. Someday I'm going to play at Notre Dame in front of thousands, Chris would say to his parents with a grin, and you'll be there to watch me. Looking down at his crippled son, Bob Samel searched for words. You know, Chris, he's managed at last, there's a big group of people in the waiting room, including Coach Martin. Chris's face brightened. Then with a determined voice he said, Dad, tell Coach I'll be back next season. I'm going to play basketball again. Chris underwent 3 more operations on his leg in 7 days. From the start, his surgeon saw that the jumble of torn nerves, arteries, and muscles made it impossible to reattach the severed limb. Chris would need a prosthesis. During his 3.5-week hospital stay, he had a steady stream of visitors. Don't feel bad for me, Chris would say whenever he sensed pity. I'll be just fine. Behind his strong spirits lay an indomitable will forged by religious faith. Many of his doctors and nurses were uncomprehending. How are you dealing with all this, Chris? A psychiatrist asked one day. Do you ever feel sorry for yourself? No, the boy replied. I don't see where this is going to help. Don't you feel bitter or angry? No, Chris said. I try to be positive about it all. When the persistent psychiatrist finally left his room, Chris told his parents, He's the one that needs help. Chris worked hard in the hospital to recover his strength and coordination. When he was strong enough, he would flip a Nerf ball through a hoop that a friend had attached to the wall alongside his bed. His demanding therapy included upper body exercises for crutches and workouts to improve his balance. 2 weeks into his hospital stay, the Samels gambled on an additional therapy. They took Chris in a wheelchair to a Torrington High basketball game. Keep a close watch on him, the nurses warned, concerned about his reaction. The boy remained unusually quiet when he was wheeled into the noisy gym. As he passed before the bleachers, however, friends and teammates began calling out his name and waving. Then Frank McGowan, Torrington High's assistant principal, announced over the public address system, "We have a very special friend here tonight. Everyone, please welcome back Chris Samel." Startled, Chris looked around and saw that all 900 people in the gym had risen to their feet, cheering and applauding. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. It was a night he would never forget. On January 18th, 1989, not quite a full month after the accident, Chris was able to return home. To keep up with schoolwork, he was visited each afternoon by a tutor. When he wasn't studying, he was being driven back to Waterbury Hospital for more therapy. Physical pain, such as sometimes searing, was part of his daily life. At times, watching television with his parents, he rocked back and forth in silent reaction to the ache radiating from his stump. Then, one frigid afternoon, Chris struggled onto his crutches and hobbled around the corner to the old garage, where he had learned to shoot. Putting the crutches down, he picked up a basketball and glanced around to make sure no one was watching. Finally, hopping about on his right leg, he began tossing the ball at the hoop. Several times he lost his balance and slammed down on the asphalt. Each time he picked himself up, hopped over to retrieve the ball, and continued shooting. After 15 minutes, he was exhausted. "This is going to take longer than I thought," he said to himself as he began the slow walk back into the house. Chris got his first prosthetic device on March 25th, Good Friday. Excited by the new limb, he asked Ed Skewers, the director of the hospital's prosthetic and orthotic department, whether this meant he could begin playing basketball right away. Surprised to see Chris serious, Skewers replied, "Let's take this a day at a time." The doctor knew that it's usually about a year before a person can walk comfortably with a prosthesis, let alone play sports. In the basement at home, Chris spent long hours learning to walk with his artificial leg. Hard as it was to shoot baskets on one leg, he found it even more difficult with the prosthesis. Most of his shots were way off the mark, and he often crashed to the pavement. In his darkest moments, Chris remembered a conversation with his mother. After a particularly discouraging day, he had asked if she really thought he'd ever play again. "You'll have to work even harder with basketball now," she replied. "But yes, I think you can do it." She was right. He knew. It all came down to hard work and refusing to give in. Chris returned to Torrington High in early April and was immediately one of the gang again, except on the basketball court. After school, Chris's friends would play on an outdoor court. For several weeks, he watched from the sidelines as they flew past. Then one afternoon in early May, he went out suited to play. His surprised buddies made way as he came unhesitatingly onto the court. From the first, Chris began shooting from the outside, and he felt a thrill whenever the ball swished through the net. But when he tried to drive, hop skipping toward the basket, or leap for a rebound, he fell to the ground. "Come on, Chris, you can do it!" his friend shouted. But why did I just do that? I have no idea. But Chris knew the truth. He couldn't do it. Not as he used to. In a game during a summer tournament, he went up hard for a rebound and broke the foot of his prosthesis. As he hopped off the court, he thought, "Maybe I'm just kidding myself. Maybe I'm not up for this." Ultimately, however, he told himself there was only one thing to do. Push himself even harder. So he began a daily regimen of shooting, dribbling, and weightlifting. After each workout, he carefully removed the artificial leg and 4 sweat socks he wore over his stump to cushion the prosthesis. Then he showered, groaning silently as he rubbed soap over the blisters. Before long, the pain was eased by the sense that he was seeing flashes of the old self. I'm going to do it. And not next year. This year. The Monday after Thanksgiving, JV head coach Bob Anzalotti called together the crowd of boys, all nervous and expectant, who are vying for a spot on the Torrington High Junior Varsity basketball team. His eyes stopped on Chris Samel. During the 2 days of tryouts, no one had pushed himself harder than Chris. He dribbled through defenders, dived after loose balls, whatever it took to show everyone he could still play. He even took 10 laps around the gym each day with the others, moving far slower than everyone else, but never failing to finish. The morning after the last practice, Chris joined the rush to check the roster. You've done all you could, he told himself as he peered over the shoulders of others at the list. And there it was. Samel. He was back on the squad. Later that week, Chris Anzalotti called his players together for a meeting. Each year's squad has a captain who is selected for the example he sets. This year's captain will be Chris Samel. The players erupted with cheers. On the night of December 15th, just 8 days shy of a year since the accident, 250 people settled into their seats to watch the game that would bring Chris back to the basketball court. In the locker room, Chris's hand trembled slightly as he pulled on his maroon jersey. You're going to be all right, Chris, Coach Anzalotti said. Just don't expect too much the very first night. Chris nodded. I know, he said softly. Thanks. Soon he was running with his teammates onto the court for pre-game practice. Nearly everyone in the stands stood to cheer. Moved by the sight of their son in the Torrington High uniform once again, Linda and Bob fought back tears. God, Linda prayed silently. Please don't let him be embarrassed. Despite his efforts to calm down, Chris carried his nervousness onto the court. During warm-ups, most of his shots clanged off the rim. Take it easy. Relax, Coach Anzalotti whispered. Don't rush it. When the players finally came out to the center of the court for the tip-off, Chris was starting at guard. With the opening jump ball, he began playing a tight and awkward game. He managed to keep up, but his movements were jerky, his rhythm off. Several times when he shot the ball, it failed even to touch the rim of the basket. Usually when that happens, kids in the stands taunt, "Air ball! Air ball!" This time they were silent. After playing 8 minutes, Chris was given a long breather. With 2 minutes left in the half, he was put back in. Come on, Chris, he told himself. This is what you've worked for. Show them you can do it. Seconds later, he worked himself free 20 feet from the basket, and a teammate whipped him a pass. It was a tough range for anyone. A long three-pointer. Without hesitation, Chris planted himself and launched a high-arching shot. The ball sailed toward the rim and swished cleanly through the net. The gym erupted in shouts and cheers. That away, Chris! Bob Samel yelled, his voice cracking with emotion. A minute later, Chris grabbed a rebound amid a tangle of arms. Muscling up, he flipped the ball against the backboard. Once again, it sliced through the basket, and again cheers exploded. By now, tears were streaming down Linda Samel's face as she watched her son hop-skip down the court, his fist raised in triumph. You did it, Chris, she kept saying to herself. You did it. Chris continued to go all out to the delight of the crowd. Only once did he lose his footing and tumble to the floor. When the final buzzer sounded, he had scored 11 points, and Torrington had won. At home later that night, Chris broke into a wide grin. I did okay, Dad, didn't I? You did just great, Bob answered, giving his son a big hug. After chatting briefly about the game, Chris, still wearing a look of joy, made his way up the stairs to his bedroom. In his mind, his parents knew this night was only the beginning. As Linda turned out the lights, she recalled an afternoon shortly following the accident when she was driving her son home from therapy. Chris was quiet, staring out the car window. Then suddenly, he broke the silence. Mom, I think I know why this happened to me. Startled, Linda replied, Why, Chris? Still looking out the window, Chris said simply, God knew I could handle it. He saved my life because he knew I could handle it. Jack Kavanaugh. Editor's note. Samel went on to star with the varsity basketball team at Torrington High School during his junior and senior years. Chris also played both singles and doubles on the school tennis team. He has played on the varsity tennis team at Western New England College in Springfield, Massachusetts, and has played intramural basketball at Western New England and in summer leagues in the Torrington area. Samel hopes to become a basketball coach. I just heard that noise right there. I'm gonna head out now. Good night. Alright, John Peter, thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your night and a good rest. Next story. Just me. From the time I was little, I knew I was great, because the people would tell me, you'll make it, just wait. But they never did tell me how great I would be if I ever played someone who was greater than me. When I'm in the backyard, I'm king with the ball. To swish all those baskets is no sweat at all. But all of a sudden, there's a man in my face who doesn't seem to realize that I'm king of this place. So the pressure gets to me. I rush with the ball. My passes to teammates could go through the wall. My jumper's not failing. My jumper's not falling. My dribble's not sure. My hand is not steady. My eye is not pure. The fault is my teammates. They don't understand. The fault is my coaches. What a terrible plan. The fault is the call by that blind ref. But the fault is not mine. I'm the greatest, you see. I meant to say, I said ref when it was referee, but whatever. Then finally it hit me when I started to see that the face of the mirror looked exactly like me. It wasn't my teammates who were dropping the ball, and it wasn't my coach shooting bricks at the wall. That face in the mirror that was always so great had some room for improvement instead of just hate. And so I stopped blaming others and I started to grow. My play got much better and it started to show. And all of my teammates didn't seem quite so bad. I learned to depend on the good friends I had. Now I like myself better since I started to see that I was lousy being great. I'm much better being me. Next story. True height. First a quote. If you don't daydream and kind of plan things out in your imagination, you never get there. So you have to start someplace. Robert Duvall. His palms were sweating. He needed the towel to dry his grip. A glass of ice water quenched his thirst, but hardly cooled his intensity. Jeez, Doggo. The AstroTurf he was sitting on was as hot as the competition he faced today at the National Junior Olympics. The pole was set at 17 feet. That was 3 inches higher than his personal best. Michael Stone confronted the most challenging day of his pole vaulting career. The stands were still filled with about 20,000 people, even though the final race had ended an hour earlier. The pole vault is truly the glamour event of any track and field competition. It combines the grace of a gymnast with the strength of a bodybuilder. It also has the element of flying, and the thought of flying as high as a 2-story building is a mere fantasy to anyone watching such an event. Today and now, it is not only Michael Stone's reality and dream, it is his quest. As long as Michael could remember, he had always dreamed of flying. Michael's mother read him numerous stories about flying when he was growing up. Her stories were always ones that described the land from a bird's eye view. Her excitement and passion for details made Michael's dreams full of color and beauty. Michael had this one recurring dream. He would be running down a country road. He could feel the rocks and chunks of dirt at his feet. As he raced down the golden-lined wheat fields, He always outran the locomotives passing by. It was at the exact moment he took a deep breath that he lifted off the ground. He would soar like an eagle. Where he flew always coincided with his mother's stories. Wherever he flew was with a keen eye for detail and the free spirit of his mother's love. Dad, on the other hand, was not a dreamer. Bert Stone was a hardcore realist. He believed in hard work and sweat. His motto, if you want something, work for it. From the age of 14, Michael did just that. He began a very careful and regimented weightlifting program. He worked out every other day with weights instead of running work on alternate days. The program was carefully monitored by Michael's coach, trainer, and father. Michael's dedication, determination, and discipline were a coach's dream. Besides being an honor student and only child, Michael Stone continued to help his parents with their farm chores. Michael's persistence in striving for perfection was not only his obsession, but his passion. Mildred Stone, Michael's mother, wished he could relax a bit more and be that free, dreaming little boy. One occasion, she attempted to talk to him and his father about this, but his dad quickly interrupted, smiled, and said, "You want something? Work for it." All of Michael's vaults today seem to be the reward for his hard work. If Michael Stone was surprised, thrilled, or arrogant about clearing the bar at 17 feet, you couldn't tell. As soon as he landed on the inflated landing mat and with the crowd on their feet, Michael immediately began preparing for his next attempted flight. He seemed oblivious of the fact he had just surpassed his personal best by 1 foot and that he was one of the final two competitors in the pole vaulting event at the National Junior Olympics. When Michael cleared the bar at 17 feet 2 inches and 17 feet 4 inches, again, he showed no emotion. Constant preparation and determination were his vision. As he lay on his back and heard the crowd moan, he knew the other vaulter had missed his final jump. He knew it was time for his final jump. Since the other vaulter had fewer misses, Michael needed to clear the vault to win. A miss would get him second place. Nothing to be ashamed of, but Michael would not allow himself the thought of not winning first place. He rolled over and did his ritual of 3 finger-tipped push-ups along with 3 Marine-style push-ups. He found his pole, stood, and stepped onto the runway that led to the most challenging event of his 17-year-old life. The runway felt different this time. It startled him for a brief moment. Then it hit him like a wet bale of hay. The bar was set at 9 inches higher than his personal best. "That's only 1 inch off the national record," he thought. The intensity of the moment filled his mind with anxiety. He began shaking the tension from his body. It wasn't working. He became more tense. Why was this happening to him now, he thought. He began to get nervous. Fear would be a more accurate description. What was he going to do? He had never experienced these feelings. Then out of nowhere and from the deepest depths of his soul, he envisioned his mother. Why now? What was his mother doing in his thoughts at a time like this? It was simple. His mother always used to tell him that when you felt tense, anxious, or even scared, to take deep breaths. So he did. Along with shaking the tension from his legs, he gently laid his pole at his feet. He began to stretch out his arms and upper body. The light breeze that was once there was now gone. He could feel a trickle of cold sweat running down his back. He carefully picked up his pole. He felt his heart pounding. He was sure the crowd did too. The silence was deafening. When he heard the singing of some distant robins in flight, he knew it was his time to fly. As he began sprinting down the runway, something felt wonderfully different yet familiar. The surface below him felt like the country road he used to dream about. The rocks and chunks of dirt, the visions of golden wheat fields seemed to fill his thoughts. When he took a deep breath, it happened. He began to fly. His takeoff was effortless. Michael Stone was now flying, just like in his childhood dreams. Only this time he knew he wasn't dreaming. This was real. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. The air around him was the purest and freshest he had ever sensed. Michael was soaring with the majesty of an eagle. It was either the eruption of the people in the stands or the thump of his landing that brought Michael back to Earth. On his back with that wonderful hot sun on his face, he could only envision the smile on his mother's face. He knew his dad was probably smiling too, even laughing. Bert would always do that when he got excited. Smile and then sort of giggle. What he didn't know was that his dad was hugging his wife and crying, "That's right, Bert. That's right, Bert. If you want to work for it, Stone was crying like a baby in his wife's arms. He was crying harder than Mildred had ever seen before. She also knew he was crying the greatest tears of all, tears of pride. Michael was immediately swarmed with people hugging and congratulating him on the greatest accomplishment thus far in his life. He later went on that day to clear 17 feet 6.5 inches, national and international junior Olympics record. With all the media attention, endorsement possibilities, and swarming herds of heartfelt congratulations, Michael's life would never be the same. It wasn't just because he won the National Junior Olympics and set a new world record, and it wasn't because he had just increased his personal best by 9.5 inches. It was simply because Michael Stone is blind. David Nastor. Next, well, here I'm going to take a drink real quick. Oops, sorry. Alright. Next story. Helen Keller and Anne Sullivan. First a quote. Knowledge is love and light and vision. Helen Keller. Editor's note. Helen Keller became ill at age 2 and was left blind and deaf. For the next 5 years, she grew up in a world of darkness and emptiness. She was afraid, alone, and without any anchor. This is the story of her meeting the teacher who would change her life. The most important day I remember in all my life is the one on which my teacher, Anne Mansfield Sullivan, came to me. I am filled with wonder when I consider the immeasurable contrast between the two lives which it connects. It was the 3rd of March, 1887, 3 months before I was 7 years old. On the afternoon of that eventful day, I stood on the porch, dumb and expectant. I guessed vaguely from my mother's signs and from the hurrying to and fro in the house that something unusual was about to happen, so I went to the door and waited on the steps. The afternoon sun penetrated the mass of honeysuckle that covered the porch and fell on my upturned face. My fingers lingered almost unconsciously on the familiar leaves and blossoms which had just come forth to greet the sweet southern spring. I did not know what the future held of marvel or surprise for me. Anger and bitterness had preyed upon me continually for weeks, and a deep languor had succeeded this passionate struggle. Have you ever been at sea in a dense fog when it seemed as if a tangible white darkness shut you in, and the great ship, tense and anxious, groped her way toward the shore with plummet and sounding line, and you waited with the beating heart for something to happen? I was like that ship before my education began. Only I was without company, without compass or sounding line, and had no way of knowing how near the harbor was. "Light! Give me light!" was the wordless cry of my soul, and the light of love shone on me in that very hour. I felt approaching footsteps. I stretched out my hand as I supposed it was my mother. Someone took it, and I was caught up and held close in the arms of her, who had come to reveal all things to me, and more than all things else to love me. The morning after my teacher came, she led me into the room and gave me a doll. The little blind children at Perkins Institution had sent it, and Laura Bridgman had dressed it. But I did not know this until afterward. When I played with it a little while, Miss Sullivan slowly spelled into my hand the word doll. Doll. I was at once interested in this finger play and tried to imitate it. When I finished succeeding finally succeeded in making the letters correctly, I was flushed with childish pleasure and pride. Running downstairs to my mother, I held up my hand and made the letters for doll. I did not know that I was spelling a word or even that words existed. I was simply making my fingers do the monkey-like imitation. In the days that followed, I learned to spell in this uncomprehending way in a great many words, among them pill, hat, cup, and a few verbs like sit, stand, and walk. But my teacher had been with me several weeks before I understood that everything has a name. One day, while I was playing with my new doll, Miss Sullivan put my big round doll into my lap, also spelled D-O-L-L, and tried to make me understand that D-O-L-L applied to both. Earlier in the day, we had a tussle over the words M-U-G and W-A-T-E-R. Miss Sullivan had tried to impress it upon me that M-U-G is mug, persisted in confounding the two. In despair, she had dropped the subject for the time, only to renew it at the first opportunity. I became impatient at her repeated attempts, and seizing the new doll, I dashed it upon the floor. I was keenly delighted when I felt the fragments of the broken doll at my feet. Neither sorrow nor regret followed my passionate outburst. I had not loved the doll. In the still, dark world in which I lived, there was no strong sentiment or tenderness. I felt my teacher sweep the fragments to one side of the hearth, and I had a sense of satisfaction that the cause of my discomfort was removed. She brought me my hat, and I knew I was going out into the warm sunshine. This thought, if a wordless sensation may be called a thought, made me hop and skip with pleasure. We walked down the path to the well house, attracted by the fragrance of the honeysuckle with which it was covered. Someone was drawing water, and my teacher placed my hand under the spout. As the cool stream gushed over one hand, she spelled into the other the word water, first slowly, then rapidly. I stood still, my whole attention fixed upon the motion of her fingers. Suddenly, I felt a misty consciousness as of something forgotten, a dawn of returning thought, and somehow the mystery of language was revealed to me. I know that water meant the wonderful cool something that was flowing over my hand. That living word awakened my soul, gave it light, hope, joy, set it free. Sorry about that. I remember. Where was we? Oh, yes. There were barriers still, it is true, but barriers that could in time be swept away. I left the well house eager to learn. Everything had a name, and each name gave birth to a new thought. As we returned to the house, every object that I touched seemed to quiver with life. That was because I saw everything with the strange new sight that had come to me. On entering the door, I remembered the doll I had broken. I felt my way to the hearth and picked up the pieces. I tried vainly to put them together. Then my eyes filled with tears, for I realized what I had done, and for the first time I felt repentance and sorrow. I learned a great many new words that day. I do not remember what they all were, but I do know that mother, father, sister, teacher were among them. Words that were to make the world blossom for me, like Aaron's rod with flowers. It would have been difficult to find a happier child than I was as I lay in my crib at the close of the eventful day, and lived over the joys it had brought me, and for the first time longed for a new day to come. Helen Keller. Editor's note. Helen went on to graduate cum laude from Radcliffe. She then devoted the rest of her life to teaching and giving hope to the blind and deaf as her teacher had done. She and Anne remained friends until Anne's death. Next story. The next story. The Grave Diggers of Parkview Junior High. First a quote. People are always blaming their circumstances for what they are. I don't believe in circumstances. The people who get on in this world are the people who get up and look for the circumstances they want, and if they can't find them, they make them. George Bernard Shaw. The most important lessons we are taught in school go beyond answering the questions on a test correctly. It is when the lessons change us by showing us what we are really capable of accomplishing. We can, with the use of band instruments, make beautiful music. We can, with the use of a paintbrush and canvas, show people how we see the world. We can, with the hard work of a team, beat the odds and win the game. However, no multiple choice or true-false test will ever teach us the greatest lesson of all. We are the stuff of which winners are made. Not long after the release of the film Jeremiah Johnson, starring Robert Redford, our 7th grade class was discussing the story. We talked about the fact that this rough and tough mountain man was also kind and gentle. We discussed his deep love of nature and his wishes to be part of it. Our teacher, Mr. Robinson, then asked us the most unusual question. Where did we think Jeremiah Johnson was buried? We were shocked when he told us the final resting place of the Gray Mountain Man was about 100 yards away from the San Diego Freeway in Southern California. Mr. Robinson asked us, So, do you believe this was wrong? Yes, we all chimed in. Do you feel something should be done to change it? He asked with a slight grin. Yes, we replied with an enthusiasm born of youthful innocence. Mr. Robinson stared at us, and after a few moments of suspenseful silence, he asked a question that would change the way some of us viewed life forever. Well, do you think you could do it? Huh? What was he talking about? We were just a bunch of kids. What could we do? There's a way, he said. It's a way filled with challenge and probably some disappointment. But there is a way. Then he said he would help us, but only if we promised to work hard and pledged to never give up. As we agreed, little did we know that we were signing on to the most adventurous voyage of our lives thus far. We began by writing letters to everyone we could think of who could help us. Local, state, and federal representatives, the cemetery owners, even Robert Redford. Before long, we started getting answers that thanked our class for the interest, but there was, quote, absolutely nothing that could be done. Many would have given up at that point. Had it not been for our promise to Mr. Robinson not to quit, we would have. Instead, we kept writing. We decided that we needed more people to hear about our dreams, so we contacted the newspapers. Finally, a reporter from the Los Angeles Times came to our class and interviewed us. We shared what we had been trying to do and how discouraging it was that no one seemed to care. We hoped that our story would raise public interest. Did Robert Redford ever contact you? The reporter asked. No, we replied. 2 days later, our story made the front page of the paper, telling how our class was trying to right an injustice to an American legend, and no one was helping us out, not even Robert Redford. Next to the article was a picture of Robert Redford. That same day, as we were sitting in the classroom, Mr. Robinson was called to the office to take a phone call. He came back with a glow on his face that he had never seen before. Guess who that was on the phone? Robert Redford had called and said he received hundreds of letters every day, and that ours somehow had never reached him, but he was very interested in helping us achieve our goal. Suddenly, our team was not getting bigger. It was getting more influential and powerful. God damn. Why did you have to... Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. And I remember, needed some help. But I swear to God, this woman, this mother of mine, literally, I kept seeing my door opening and closing the whole time, and I'm like, what is that? And then she just started speaking up, and I'm like, what? Really? She literally, the reason why I kept looking over, why I was looking over there for a little bit, was because my door was open a little bit, and I didn't see anything right there by the doorway. And then all of a sudden, my family member just decides to say something. I'm like, why are you hiding behind the doors? I mean, like, yeah, she didn't want to interrupt what I was doing, but I mean, come on, man, you couldn't have not? Jesus. Whatever. Where were we? Oh, yes. Robert Redford had called and said he received hundreds of letters every day, and that hour somehow had never reached him. But he was very interested in that hour somehow had never reached him. But he was very interested in helping us achieve our goals. Suddenly, our team was not only getting bigger, it was getting more influential and powerful. Within a few months, after all the proper documents were filed, our teacher and a few of the students went to the cemetery and observed the removal of the remains. Jeremiah Johnson had been buried in an old wooden casket that had been reduced to a few rotted boards, and nothing but a few bones were left on the mountain man. All were carefully gathered up by the cemetery workers and placed in a new casket. Then a few days later, at a ranch in Wyoming, a ceremony was held in honor of Jeremiah Johnson, and his final remains were placed to rest in the wilderness he had loved so much. Robert Redford was one of the pallbearers. From then on, throughout the school, our class was referred to as the Grave Diggers, but we preferred to think of ourselves as the Dream Lifters. What we learned that year was not just about how to write effective letters, but how our government works, or even what you have to go through to accomplish such a simple thing as moving a gravesite. The lesson was that nothing could beat persistence. A bunch of kids at the beginning of their teenage years had made a change. We learned that we were the stuff of which winners are made. Kiff Anderson. Next story. Adulthood. After the dishes are washed and the sink rinsed out, there remains in the strainer at the bottom of the sink what I will call, momentarily, some stuff. A rational, intelligent, objective person would say that this is simply a mixture of food particles too big to go down the drain, composed of bits of protein, carbohydrates, fat, and fiber. Dinner dandruff. Furthermore, the person might add that not only was the material first sterilized by the high heat of cooking, but further sanitized by going through the detergent and hot water in the dishpan and rinsed. No problem. But any teenager who has been dragooned into washing dishes knows this explanation is a lie. That stuff in the bottom of the strainer is toxic waste, deadly poison, a danger to health. In other words, about as icky gets. One of the very few reasons I had any respect for my mother when I was 13 was because she would reach into the sink with her bare hands. Bare hands! And pick up that leather gunk and drop it into the garbage. To top that, I saw her reach into the wet garbage bag and fish around in there looking for a lost teaspoon. Barehanded! A kind of mad courage. She found the spoon in a clump of coffee grounds mixed with scrambled egg remains and the end of the vegetable soup. I almost passed out when she handed it to me to rinse off. No teenager who wanted to live would have touched that without being armed with gloves, a face mask, and a stainless steel tongs. Once in school, I came across the French word ordure, and when the teacher told me it meant unspeakable filth, I knew exactly to what it referred. We had it every night, in the bottom of the sink. When I reported my new word to my mother at dishwashing time, she gave me her my son the idiot look and explained that the dinner I had just eaten was in just about the same condition in my stomach at the moment, rotting, and it hadn't even been washed and rinsed before it went down my drain. If she had given me a choice between the news of being hit across the head with a 2x4, I would have gone for the board. I lobbied long and hard for the disposal in an automatic dishwasher, knowing full well that they had been invented so that nobody would ever have to touch the gunk again. Never mind what any parent or objective adult might tell me. I knew that the stuff in the sink drawer was lethal and septic. It would give you leprosy or something worse. If you should ever accidentally touch it, you might never touch any other part of your body with your finger until you had scalded and soaped and rinsed your hands. Even worse, I knew that the stuff could congeal and mush up and mutate into some living thing that would crawl out of the sink during the night and get loose in the house. Why not just use rubber gloves, you ask? Oh, come on. Rubber gloves are for sissies. Besides, my mother used her bare hands, remember? My father never came closer than 3 feet to the sink in his life. My mother said he was lazy, but I knew that he knew what I knew about the gunk. Once after dinner, I said to him that I bet Jesus never had to wash dishes and clean the gunk out of the sink. He agreed. It was the only theological discussion we ever had. My father, however, would take a plunger to the toilet when it was stopped up with even worse stuff. I wouldn't even go in the room when he did it. I didn't want to know. But now I am a grown-up, and I've been for some time. And I imagined making a speech to a high school graduating class. First, I would ask them, how many of you would like to be an adult and about an independent on your own citizen? All would raise their hands with some enthusiasm, and then I would give them this list of things that grown-ups do. Clean the sink strainer, plunge out the toilet, clean up babies when they poop and pee, wipe runny noses, clean up the floor when the babies throw strained spinach, clean ovens and grease traps from roasting pans, empty the kitty box and scrape up the dog do, carry out the garbage, pump out the bilges, bury dead pets when they run over in the street. That last one's oddly specific, but alright. I tell the graduates that when they can do these things, they will be adults. Some of these students might not want to go on at this point, but they may as well face the truth. It can't get even worse than the list suggests. My wife is a doctor, and I won't tell you what she tells me she has to do sometimes. I wish I didn't know. I feel ill at ease sometimes being around someone who does these things and also proud. A willingness to do your share of cleaning up the mess is a test, and taking out the garbage of this life is a condition of membership in a community. When you are a kid, you feel that if they really loved you, they wouldn't ever ask you to take out the garbage. When you join the ranks of the grown-ups, you take them in the garbage. You take them out the garbage. You take out the garbage because you love them. And by them, I mean not only your own family, but the family of mankind. The old cliche holds firm and true. Being an adult is dirty work, but someone has to do it. Robert Fulghum. Next story. Teenagers' Bill of Rights. Our rights with friends. We all have the right and the privilege to have friends. We can choose our friends based on our own likes and dislikes. We don't have to like the same people everyone else likes or not like someone because they aren't in our group. Friendship is a personal thing. We can't ask from our friends that they be trustworthy. We can't ask from our friends that they be trustworthy. If we share something with them and ask them not to tell everyone, we can expect that they will keep it just between us. We will give them the same right. If they don't, they have betrayed our trust and our friendship. It is okay to be honest with our friends. If they do something that hurts us or concerns us, we can talk to them about it. We will be open to their being honest also. This does not mean it is okay to be mean to each other, just that we can talk honestly about our feelings. We have the right to be respected for the decisions we make. Some of our friends may not understand the choices we make, but they are our choices. In return, we take responsibility for them. With parents and other adults, we have the right to have our feelings respected and not compared to the feelings of puppies or any other such put downs. Our feelings are strong and sometimes confusing. It helps if you take your feelings seriously and listen to us before disregarding them. We feel we have the right to make the decisions, some not for all, for ourselves. If we make a mistake, we will learn from them, but it is time for us to be more responsible. Whoever possible, exclude us from your fights. We understand that fighting is part of every relationship, but it is painful for us to be involved. Don't put us in the middle of any problem you have with each other. We agree to treat you with respect and ask that you respect us in return. This includes respecting our privacy. With everyone, we have the right to be loved with unconditionally, and our goal is to love you the same. We have the rights to speak out our minds, love ourselves, feel our feelings, and strive for our dreams. Please support us by believing in us rather than fearing for us. Leah Day, 16. Leah Day, age 16. Jamie Yellen, age 14. Lisa Dominic, age 14. Hannah Ivanhoe, age 15. Bree Abel, age 15. And Lisa Rothbard, age 14. Hmm. Alright, next story. We're almost there now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 stories left. Kind of want to take a little break, honestly. The only problem is I don't know what I'd be able to do for that little break without doing something else involving my TV, you know? We're so close to the end, man. So close. Next story. The Boy Who Talked with Dolphins. First a quote. From what we get, we can make a living. What we give, however, makes a life. Arthur Ashe. It began as a deep rumble, shattering the pre-dawn silence. Within minutes on that January morning in 1994, the Los Angeles area was in the grip of one of the most destructive earthquakes in its history. At Six Flags Magic Mountain Theme Park, 20 miles north of the city, 3 dolphins were alone with their terror. They swam frantically in circles as heavy concrete pillars collapsed around their pool and roof tiles crashed into the water. 40 miles to the south, 26-year-old Jeff Siegel was thrown from his bed with a jarring thump. Crawling to the window, Jeff looked out the convulsing city and thought of the creatures who mattered more to him than anything else in the world. I've gotta help those. I've got to get to the dolphins, he told himself. They rescued me, and they need me to rescue them. So, to those who had known Jeff from childhood, more than likely, hero could not have been imagined. Okay, so it's just because of that one page. Jeff Siegel was born hyperactive, partially deaf, and lacking normal coordination. Since he couldn't hear words clearly, he developed a severe speech impediment that made it almost impossible for the others to understand him. As a preschooler, the small sandy-haired child was taunted as a retard by the other kids. Even home was no refuge. Jeff's mother was unprepared to deal with his problems. Raised in a rigid authoritarian household, she was overly strict and often angry at his differences. She simply wanted him to fit in. His father, a police officer in the middle-class Los Angeles community of Torrance, worked extra jobs to make ends meet and was often gone 16 hours a day. Anxious and frightened on his first day of kindergarten, 5-year-old Jeff climbed over to the schoolyard fence and ran home. Furious, his mother hauled him back to school and forced him to apologize to the teacher. The entire class overheard. As the mispronounced and barely intelligible words were dragged out of him, he became instant prey for his classmates. To fend off the hostile world, Jeff kept to isolated corners of the playground and hid in his room at home, dreaming of a place where he could be accepted. Then one day, when Jeff was 9, he went with his 4th grade class to the Los Angeles Marineland. At the dolphin show, he was electrified by the energy and exuberant friendliness of the beautiful animals. They seemed to smile directly at him, something that happened rarely in his life. The boy sat transfixed, overwhelmed with emotion and a longing to stay. By the end of that school year, Jeff's teachers had labeled him emotionally disturbed and learning disabled. But testing at the nearby Switzer Center for Children with Disabilities showed Jeff to be average to bright, though some anxiety-ridden that his math test score came out borderline retarded. He transferred from the public school to the center. Over the next 2 years, he became less anxious, and his academic achievement improved dramatically. At the start of 7th grade, he returned unwillingly to public school. Tests now showed his IQ in the 130s, the gifted range. I'm so glad I thought I spilt my tea for a second there. That was a great save on that. Tests now showed his IQ in the 130s, the gifted range, and years of therapy had improved his speech. But to his classmates, Jeff was still the same victim. 7th grade was unfolding as the worst year of Jeff's life, until the day his father took him to SeaWorld in San Diego. The minute the boy saw the dolphins, the same rush of joy welled up in him. He stayed rooted to the spot as the sleek mammals glided past. Jeff worked to earn money for an annual pass to Marineland, closer to his home. On his first solo visit, he sat on the low walls surrounding the dolphin pool. The dolphins, accustomed to being fed by visitors, soon approached the astonished boy. The first to swim over was Grid-Eye, the dominant female in the pool. The 650-pound dolphin glided over to where Jeff sat and remained motionless below him. Would she let me touch her? He wondered, putting his hand in the water. As he stroked the dolphin's smooth skin, Grid-Eye inched closer. It was a moment of sheer ecstasy for the young boy. The outgoing animals quickly became the friends Jeff never had, and since the dolphin area was isolated at the far end of Marineland, Jeff often found himself alone with the playful creatures. One day, Sharky, a young female, glided just below the surface until her tail was in Jeff's hand. She stopped. Now what? He wondered. Suddenly, Sharky dived a foot or so below the surface, pulling Jeff's hand and arm underwater. He laughed and pulled back without letting go. The dolphin dived again deeper. Jeff pulled back harder. It was like a game of tug-of-war. When Sharky surfaced to breathe, boy and dolphin faced each other for a minute. Jeff laughed, and the dolphin open-mouthed and grinning. Then Sharky circled and put her tail back on Jeff's hand to start the game again. The boy and the 300 to 800-pound animals often played tag, with Jeff and the dolphins racing around the pool to slap a predetermined point or give each other hand-to-hand flipper high fives. To Jeff, the games were a magical connection that he alone shared with the animals. Even when there were summer crowds of 500 around the pool, the gregarious creatures recognized their friend and swam to him whenever he wiggled his hand in the water. Jeff's acceptance by the dolphins boosted his confidence, and he gradually emerged from his dark shell. He enrolled in a course in a nearby aquarium and devoured books on marine biology. He became a walking encyclopedia on dolphins and, to his family's amazement, braved his speech impediment to become a volunteer tour guide. In 1983, Jeff wrote an article for the American Cetacean Society's newsletter. Describing his experiences with Marineland dolphins, he was unprepared for what followed. Embarrassed by the extent to which he'd been playing with the dolphins without Park's knowledge, Marineland management revoked his pass. Jeff returned home numb with disbelief. For their part, Jeff's parents were relieved. They could see no benefit to the time their strange misfit son was blending with dolphins until a day in June 1984 when Bonnie Siegel took an unexpected long-distance phone call. That evening she asked her son, "Did you enter some kind of contest?" Sheepishly, Jeff confessed that he'd written an essay for a highly coveted Earthwatch scholarship worth more than $2,000. The winner would spend a month in Hawaii with dolphin experts. Now, telling his mother about it, he expected a tirade. Instead, she said quietly, "Well, you won." Jeff was ecstatic. Best of all, it was the first time that his parents realized he might achieve his dream of someday sharing his love of dolphins. Jeff spent the month in Hawaii, teaching dolphins strings of commands to test their memories. In the fall, he fulfilled another condition of the scholarship by giving a talk on marine mammals to fellow students at Torrance High School. Jeff's report was so enthusiastic that it earned him, at least, grudging respect from his peers. After graduation, Jeff struggled to find work in marine research, supplementing the low pay with minimum wage moonlighting. He also earned an associate's degree in biology. In February 1992, he showed up in the office of Suzanne Fortier, director of the marine animal training at Six Flags Magic Mountain. Though holding down 2 jobs, he wanted to do volunteer work with Magic Mountain's dolphins on his days off. Fortier gave him the chance and was immediately amazed. Of the 200 volunteers she trained in 10 years, she'd never seen anyone with Jeff's intuitive ability with dolphins. In one instance, her crew needed to move a 600-pound dolphin named Thunder to another park. The animal had to be transported in a 9-by-3-foot tank. During the journey, Jeff insisted on riding in the truck bed with Thunder's tank to try to calm the anxious animal. When Fortier later called from the cab of the truck to ask how Thunder was doing, Jeff replied, "He's fine now. I'm cradling him." Jeff's actually in the tank with Thunder, Fortier realized. For 4 hours, Jeff floated inside the cool tank, holding Thunder in his arms. Jeff continued to amaze co-workers with his rapport with the animals. His favorite at Magic Mountain was Katie, a 350-pound 8-year-old dolphin who greeted him exuberantly and swam with him for hours. Once again, as at Marineland, Jeff could interact with the dolphins and find affection in return. Little did he dream how severely his love would be tested. As Jeff struggled to reach Magic Mountain on the morning of the earthquake, freeways were collapsing and caved-in roads often forced him to backtrack. "Nothing is going to stop me," he vowed. When Jeff finally reached Magic Mountain, the water in the 12-foot deep dolphin pool was halfway down, and more was draining from the crack in the side. The three dolphins there when the quake hit. Wally, Terry, and Katie were in a frenzy. Jeff lowered himself to a ledge 5 feet down and tried to calm them. To ease the dolphins through the continuing tremors, Jeff attempted to distract them by playing games, but it didn't work. Worse, he had to reduce their food. The pool's filtration system had shut down, creating the additional risk that an accumulation of their body waste would further contaminate the water. Jeff remained with the Dolphins that night as temperatures fell into the 30s. He was still there through the next day and the next and the next. On the fourth day, a road opened and staffers secured a truck to transfer Wally, Terry, and Katie to the dolphin pool at Knott's Berry Farm. But first, someone had to get them into their transport tanks. Transporting a dolphin is normally a routine procedure after it has been safely guided through a tunnel and hoisted on a canvas sling. But the water level in the connecting tunnels was too long for the animals to swim through. The three dolphins would have to be caught in open water and then maneuvered into canvas slings. Staffer Etienne Francois and Jeff volunteered for the jobs. As much as he trusted the dolphins, Jeff knew the likelihood of getting hurt or bitten by them in open water capture was almost 100%. Wally was easily removed from the pool, but Terry and Katie became erratic. Each time Jeff and Etienne closed in on Katie, the powerful dolphin fended them off with her hard-pointed beak. For almost 40 minutes, the men struggled as Katie butted and whacked them with her thrashing tail. Finally, just before they maneuvered her into a sling, she sank her needle-sharp teeth into Jeff's hand. Ignoring the bleeding, Jeff helped capture Terry and hoist her into the transport tank. When the dolphins reached Knott's Berry Farm, Katie was exhausted but calm. Later, Fortier told friends that Jeff's courage and leadership had been essential in safely transporting the dolphins. Today, Jeff is a full-time dolphin trainer at Marine Animal Productions in Lowport, Mississippi, where he organizes programs for school. One day, before he left for Mississippi, Jeff gave a demonstration to 60 children from the Switzer Center and one of the aquariums where he had taught. He saw that a boy named Larry slipped off to play alone. Realizing that Larry was an outcast, as he himself had been, Jeff called him forward and asked the boy to stand next to him. Then Jeff plunged his arms into a nearby tank and hauled up a harmless but impressive 3-foot horn shark. As the children gasped, he allowed Larry to carry the dripping creature proudly around the room. After the session, Jeff received a letter reading, "Thank you for the magnificent job you did with our children." It came back glowing from the experience. Several told me about Larry getting to carry the shark. This was probably the happiest and proudest moment of his life. The fact that you were once a student here added to it. You are a model of hope that they too can make it in life. The letter was from Janet Switzer, the center's founder. For Jeff, that afternoon held an even more gratifying moment. As he spoke, he saw his mother and father in the audience, watching intently. From the look on their faces, Jeff could tell they were proud of their son at last. Jeff had never earned more than $14,800 a year in his life, yet he considers himself a rich man and an exceptionally lucky one. "I am completely fulfilled," he says. "The Dolphins did so much for me when I was a child. They gave me unconditional love. When I think about what I did, when I think about what I owe the Dolphins," his voice trails off momentarily and he smiles. "They gave me life. I owe them everything." Paula McDonald. Next story. Wild Thing. First, a quote. "Face the thing you fear, and you do away with that fear." Source unknown. With the wind biting my face and the rain soaking through my clothes, it didn't seem like July. I watched a puddle form at the foot of my sleeping bag as the 10-foot plastic sheet jerry-rigged above me gave way to the wind. I hadn't eaten for almost a day, and a rumble in my stomach demanded why I was in the northern Cascades of Oregon, alone, soaked, in the first place. With 2 more days alone in the wilds ahead of me, I had plenty of time to think about that question. I'd always been impressed by people who had been outward bound. basically because I'd always lumped myself in the I could never do that category. For one thing, I just assumed I was too small and urban. I'm no granola. I also wasn't a big risk taker. I'd always relied on a lot on my family, friends, and boyfriend, and I evaluated myself on how well I met their expectations of me. Signing up for an outward board course this summer after my junior year in high school was a chance to break away from that. After all, the courses are described as adventure-based education programs that promote self-discovery through tough outdoor activities. Exactly what I needed. I'd be facing challenges away from my usual supporters. As the starting date approached, though, I became increasingly terrified. I'd never attempted mountain climbing, whitewater rafting, backpacking, rappelling, or rock climbing, and I was plagued by fears that I'd fail at one or all of them. I begged my mother to cancel for me. No such luck. I shouldn't have worried so much. For most of the people on the course, it was their first time with Outward Bound, too. Then again, the course was pretty hard because I had to adjust to a different way of day-to-day living. For starters, I've always been a big fan of showers. I usually take one a day, and it was tough to forego this ritual for 3 weeks. I also never realized how handy toilets were until they disappeared from my life. Toilet paper and all. We used leaves and snow. On the whole, though, these inconveniences seemed less important as the course progressed. Besides, I was far too busy to sit around and watch my leg hair grow. The first week, my group rafted 100 miles down the Deschutes River. I was soaked, shocked, and exhilarated. Then we climbed Mount Jefferson, the second highest peak in Oregon. Every time I gazed at the snowy 10,000-foot peak, I felt a combination of panic and delight. The delight faded, however, the first time I strapped on my backpack. It was so heavy that I needed someone to help me put it on, and then I could barely walk in a straight line. Eventually I got the hang of it and could actually feel myself getting stronger. Somehow we made it up Mount Jefferson in 5 days. At the peak I decided I could do anything I set my mind to, which was good since the solo component of my course, the 3 day bonding session with myself, was next. For solo, my instructors dropped me off in a clearing in the woods with very little equipment and minimal food. I was alone with a pencil, some paper, and my thoughts. Sure, I was bored at first and a little scared, but honestly, it was one of the coolest things I've ever done. I realized how little time I actually spent alone, and I kind of enjoyed my company. Overall, during the 3 weeks of my course, I became a new woman. I discovered parts of myself that I had no idea existed. I can't even count the times that I thought I couldn't give any more, and somehow I'd find the strength to carry out the task at hand, and carry it out well. I loved that feeling, and I didn't lose it. Back home, my brains soared with this realization that personal limits didn't have to exist unless I let them. My experiences with Outward Bound are invaluable, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give up my dreams of a career and modern plumbing and live in the woods. I will, however, forever be grateful for what I got out of this course. Before I went, I always thought I can't do this. Now I think I'm not afraid to try. Jennifer Philbin. Next story. To track down my dream. It was the district track meet, the one we'd been training for all season. My foot still hadn't healed from an earlier injury. As a matter of fact, I had debated whether or not I should attend the meet, but there I was, preparing for the 3,200-meter run. Ready, set, the gun popped, and we were off. The other girls started ahead of me. I realized I was limping and felt humiliated as I fell farther and farther behind. The first place runner was 2 laps ahead of me when she crossed the finish line. Hooray! Shouted the crowd. It was maybe the loudest cheer I'd ever heard at a meet. Maybe I should quit, I thought as I limped on. Those people don't want to wait for me to finish this race. Somehow, though, I decided to keep going. During the last 2 laps, I ran in pain and decided not to compete in the track next year. It wouldn't be worth it, even if my foot did heal. I could never beat the girl who laughed me twice. When I finished, I heard a cheer, just as enthusiastic as the one I'd heard when the first girl passed the finish line. What was that all about? I asked myself. I turned around, and sure enough, the boys were preparing for their race. That must be it. They're cheering for the boys. I went straight to the bathroom where a girl bumped into me. Wow, you've got courage, she told me. I thought, courage? She must be mistaking me for someone else. I just lost a race. I would never have been able to finish those 2 miles if I were you. I would have quit on the first lap. What happened to your foot? We were cheering for you. Did you hear us? I couldn't believe it. A complete stranger had been cheering for me. Not because she wanted me to win, but because she wanted me to keep going and not give up. Suddenly, I regained hope. I decided to stick with track next year. One girl saved my dream. That day, I learned 2 things. First, a little kindness and confidence in people can make a great difference to them. And second, strength and courage aren't always measured in medals and victories. They are measured in the struggles we overcome. The strongest people are not always the people who win, but the people who don't give up when they lose. I will dream that someday, perhaps as a senior, I will be able to win the race with a cheer as big as the one I got when I lost the race as a freshman. Ashley Hodgson. Next story. From crutches to a world-class runner. A number of years ago in Elkhart, I can't say it, sorry. A number of years ago in Elkhart, Kansas, 2 brothers had a job at the local school. Early each morning, their job was to start a fire in the pot-bellied stove in the classroom. One cold morning, the brothers cleaned out the stove and loaded it with firewood. Grabbing a can of kerosene, one of them doused the wood and lit the fire. The explosion rocked the old building. The fire killed the older brother and badly burned the legs of the other boy. It was later discovered that the kerosene can had accidentally been filled with gasoline. The doctor attending the injured boy recommended amputating the young boy's legs. The parents were devastated. They had already lost one son, and now their other son was to lose his legs. But they did not lose their faith. They asked the doctor for a postponement of the amputation. The doctor consented. Each day they asked the doctor for a delay, praying that their son's legs would somehow heal and he would become well again. For 2 months, the parents and the doctor debated on whether to amputate. They used this time to instill in the boy the belief that he would someday walk again. They never amputated the boy's legs, but when the bandages were finally removed, it was discovered that his right leg was almost 3 inches shorter than the other. The toes on his left foot were almost completely burned off, yet the boy was fiercely determined. Though in excruciating pain, he forced himself to exercise daily, and finally took a few painful steps. Slowly recovering, this young man finally threw away his crutches and began to walk almost normally. Soon he was running. This determined young man kept running and running and running, and those legs came so close to being amputated, carried him to a world record in the mile run. His name? Glenn Cunningham, who was known as the world's fastest human being and was named Athlete of the Century at Madison Square Garden. The Speaker's Soundbook. Next story. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies. Or being hated, don't give way to hating. And yet don't look too good, nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thought your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster, and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, stoop and build 'em up with worn out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings, and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerves sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on where there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of a distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Rudyard Kipling. Next story. No hair day. But first, a quote. Whatever you are doing, love yourself for doing it. Whatever you are feeling, love yourself for feeling it. If you are turning 16, you stand in front of the mirror, scrutinizing every inch of your face. You agonize that your nose is too big and you're getting another pimple, on top of which you are feeling dumb, your hair isn't blonde, and that boy in your English class has not noticed you yet. Allison never had those problems. 2 years ago, she was a beautiful, popular, and smart 11th grader, not to mention a varsity lacrosse goalie and an ocean lifeguard. With a tall, slender body, pool blue eyes, and thick blonde hair, she looked more like a swimsuit model than a high school student. But during that summer, something changed. After a day of lifeguarding, Allison couldn't wait to get home, rinse the salt water out of her hair, and comb through the tangles. She flipped she flipped her sun-bleached mane forward. Ali! Your mother cried. What did you do? She discovered a bare patch of skin on the top of her daughter's scalp. Did you shave it? Could someone else have done it while you were sleeping? Quickly they solved the mystery. Allison must have wrapped the elastic band too tightly around her ponytail. The incident was soon forgotten. 3 months later, another bald spot was found, then another. Soon Allison's scalp was dotted with peculiar quarter-sized bare patches. After diagnoses of "it's just stress" with remedies of tropical ointments, a specialist began to administer injections of cortisone, 50 to each spot, every 2 weeks. To mask her scalp bloody from the shots, Allison was granted permission to wear a baseball hat to school, normally a violation of the strict uniform code. Little strands of hair would push through the scabs, only to fall out 2 weeks later. She was suffering from a condition of hair loss known as alopecia, and nothing would stop it. Allison's sunny spirit and supportive friends kept her going, but there were some low points. At the time when her little sister came into her bedroom with a towel wrapped around her head to have her hair combed. When her mother untwisted the towel, Allison watched the towel's thick hair bounce around her sister's shoulders. Gripping all of her limp hair between 2 fingers, she burst into tears. It was the first time she had cried since the whole experience began. As time went on, a bandana replaced the hat, which could no longer conceal her balding scalp. With only a handful of wispy strands left, the time had come to buy excuse me, to buy a wig. Instead of trying to resurrect her once long blonde hair, pretending as though nothing had been lost, Allison opted for a shorter length auburn one. Why not? People cut and dyed their hair all the time. With the new look, Allison's confidence strengthened. Even when the wig blew off from an open window of her friend's car, they all shared in the humor. But as the summer approached, Allison was worried. If she couldn't wear a wing in the water, how could she lifeguard again? Why? Did you forget how to swim? Her father asked. She got the message. After wearing an uncomfortable bathing cap for one day, she mustered up the courage to go completely bald. Despite the stares and occasional comments from less than polite beachcombers, why do you crazy punk kids shave your heads? Allison adjusted to her new look. She arrived back at school that fall with no hair, no eyebrows, no eyelashes, and with her wig tucked away somewhere in the back of her closet. As she had always planned, she would run for school president, changing her campaign speech only slightly. Presenting a slide shown on famous bald leaders from Gandhi to Mr. Clean, Allison had the students and faculty rolling in the aisles. In her first speech as the elected president, Allison addressed her condition, quite comfortable answering questions. Dressed in a t-shirt with the words Bad Hair Day printed across the front, she pointed to her shirt and said, when most of you wake up in the morning and don't like how you look, you may put on this t-shirt. Putting on another t-shirt over the other, she continued. When I wake up in the morning, I put on this one. It read No Hair Day. Everybody cheered and applauded. And Allison, beautiful, popular, and smart, not to mention varsity goalie, ocean lifeguard, and now school president with the pool blue eyes, smiled back from the podium. Jennifer Rosenfield and Allison Lambert. Next story. I did it. First, a quote. The task ahead of us is never as great as the power behind us. Alcoholics Anonymous. May. I'm kind of had a problem, so I'm gonna go back to what I was saying here, reset the whole thing. So, the next story title is I Did It. The quote before we read is The task ahead of us is never as great as the power behind us, from Alcoholics Anonymous. May 1989. My high school graduation was only 1 month away, and I was more determined than ever to roll across the graduation stage in my manual wheelchair. You see, I was born with a disease called cerebral palsy, and because of it, I am not able to walk. In order to practice for graduation, I began using my manual wheelchair daily at school. It was very difficult pushing myself around campus all day while lugging 4 or 5 school books, but I did it. During the first couple of days of using my manual wheelchair at school, everyone offered to give me a push from class to class, but after a few times of my teasingly remarking, I don't need your help or want your pity, everyone got the hint and let me huff and puff myself around school. I had always received tremendous satisfaction from using my manual wheelchair, but when I began to push myself around school, the personal rewards were far greater than I ever imagined. I not only saw myself differently, but my classmates too seemed to view me on a different level. My classmates knew of my perseverance and determination and respected me because of them. I couldn't have been more pleased about the emotional and physical liberation that my insistence on using my manual wheelchair was bringing to my life. My electric wheelchair was a tremendous source of freedom for me while I was growing up. It gave me the independence to move about in ways that I was not able to do under my own power. However, as I became older, I realized that the electric wheelchair had once again given me so much freedom, was quickly becoming an obstacle of confinement. I felt that I was an independent person, except for the fact that I was limited by my dependency on my electric wheelchair. The very thought of being dependent on anything for the rest of my life frustrated me. To me, graduating from high school in my manual wheelchair was a symbolic point in my life. I wanted to enter my future as an independent young man. I was not going to allow myself to be carried across the graduation stage by an electric wheelchair. I didn't care if it took me 20 minutes to push across the June 14th, 1989. Graduation. That evening, all the graduates marched around the pavilion in caps and gowns and was into our seats on the stage. I sat proudly in my manual wheelchair among the first row of my graduating class. When the announcer called my name, I realized that everything I had striven for as a child was now a reality. The independent life that I had worked so hard for was now within my grasp. I pushed myself ever so slowly toward the front of the stage. I looked up from my concentration on pushing my wheelchair and realized that everyone in the pavilion was giving me a standing ovation. I proudly accepted my diploma, turned to my fellow classmates, held my diploma above my head, and yelled as loud as I could, "I did it! I did it!" Mark E. Smith. Next story. Growing. I'm leaving now to slay the foe, fight the battles high and low. I'm leaving, mother, hear me go. Wish me luck today. I've grown my wings, I want to fly, and seize my victories where. And now the things are gonna start acting up. Alright, speedrun. That story growing. I'm leaving now to slay the foe, fight the battles high and low. I'm leaving, mother, hear me go. Please wish me luck today. I've grown my wings, I want to fly, seize my victories where they lie. I'm going, mom, but please don't cry. Just let me find my way. I want to see and touch and hear, though there are dangers, there are fears. I'll smile my smiles and dry my tears. Please let me speak my say. I'm off to find my world, my dreams, carve my niche, sew my seams. Remember as I sail my streams, I'll love you all the way. Brooke Muller. New beginnings. Final story of not just a section but of the book as a whole. Final story right here. New beginnings. June 1996. Dear graduate, well, this is it. Graduation is over and you're ready to begin life's journey. I know you have lots of mixed feelings. That's the weird thing about most of life's big moments. Very rarely do they consist of one emotion, but that's okay. It helps to make the good times more precious and the not so good times bearable. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what sage advice I could pass along. That's one of the hard parts about being a parent, determining what should be said and what should be left for you to discover. I finally decided just to offer a little insight to life's basic questions. Some people go through their whole lives without ever giving them any thought. Too bad. As you search for the answers, you can make some wonderful discoveries. They can also be frustrating. Just when you think you found the answer, you'll find the need to ask another question, which explains why even at my incredibly advanced age, I still don't have any answers. At any rate, I hope that sharing this little piece of myself and my soul will somehow help to carry you through when the questions come along. Who? It took me a while to realize that this is probably the most important question of all. Take time to discover who you are and be your own person. Strive to be honest, respectful, and happy. When you are at peace with yourself, everything will fall into place. Just be careful not to wrap your identity in possessions. Allow yourself to grow and change. And remember always that you are not alone. You have your family, your friends, and your guardian angel, and God. Not necessarily in that order. What? This is a tricky one, and at first the question had me fooled. I thought the question was, what will I do today? However, I found that things really got interesting when I instead asked, what is my passion? Discover what it is that burns inside and keeps you going, then nurture it. Take it apart and build it back together. Do whatever you want with it, but never let it go from your sight. But never let it from your sight. Do it because that's what you love to do. The joy it brings will keep you going through some of the doldrums of life. When? This is the sneaky one. Do not ignore it. It will keep you balanced. Some things are best done now. Procrastination usually just creates more work. But keep in mind that there is a season for everything, and some things are better left for another day. As hard as it may be, remember to take some time to rest and enjoy the miracle of each new day. With practice, you will learn the pleasure of doing some things now and the unique delight of waiting and planning for others. Where? Surprisingly, this is the easiest one. You'll always have the answer with you if you keep your home in your heart and put your heart into wherever you call home. Be an active part of your community and you will discover the special charm that will endear it to you. Remember, always, that the simplest act of kindness can make an enormous difference and that you can change the world. Why? Never stop asking this one. It's the one that will keep you growing. Let it. Let it challenge you when you become too complacent. Let it shout at you when you are making decisions. Let it whisper to you when you lose sight of who you are or where you want to be. But you also need to be careful with this one. Sometimes the answer does not come for years, and sometimes it doesn't come at all. Recognize that basic fact can keep you Recognizing that basic fact can keep you sane and allow you to move on. How? This is the one on which I can't advise you. This is the one you will answer in your own special way. But you've come so far in the past few years. I know that you'll do fine. Just remember to believe in yourself and in miracles. Remember that the greatest discoveries come after stumbling over questions. And please remember, always, that I love you. Congratulations on your new beginning. Love, Mom. Paula by Shveta Koski. And that is the end of the book. But we're still going to be doing what I did with John Crichton. So we're going from supporting teenagers to talking about the contributors that were involved in the making of this book alongside the three main authors. But first, this right here. Now, I'm not sure if these things are still on, if they're still ongoing, but I'm going to say them anyway just in case, but you never know. In the spirit of supporting teenagers everywhere, we have selected the following organizations to receive a portion of the profits that are generated from the sale of this book. Challenge Days is a program committed to making our schools and the world a better place for children. To end teasing, violence, and oppression on campus, adults and youth are brought together. Hearts and minds are opened, unleashing the power to create positive change. To book workshops or receive information, contact Challenge Associates. Yeah. The Yellow Ribbon Project is a non-profit organization that helps to prevent teen suicides. You can learn more about this organization by reading I'll Always Be With You on page 206. You may contact this organization for help in setting up a Yellow Ribbon program in your school or community, or to receive a Yellow Ribbon for yourself or your friends. Motivational Media Assemblies is a non-profit educational company serving schools in the United States, Canada, Australia, and Taiwan. Over the last 11 years, MMA has brought its powerful multimedia programs to 38 million students and 40,000 schools nationwide. These programs, along with the custom follow-up curriculum, have proven to be one of the most powerful tools to facilitate students' positive attitudinal and behavioral changes. Special emphasis is placed on the areas of substance abuse education and conflict resolution. Now for the authors. Who is Jack Canfield? Jack Canfield is a best-selling author and one of America's leading experts in the development of the human potential. He is a dynamic and entertaining speaker and a highly sought-after trainer with a wonderful ability to inform and inspire audiences to open their hearts, love more openly, and boldly pursue their dreams. Jack spent his teenage years growing up in Martins Ferry, Ohio, and Wheeling, West Virginia. Jack admits being shy and lacking in self-confidence in high school, but through a lot of hard work he managed to earn letters in 3 sports and graduate in 3rd in his class. After graduating college, Jack taught high school in the inner city of Chicago and in Iowa. Most of his professional career after that had been spent teaching teachers how to empower teenagers to believe in themselves and to go for their dreams. He is the author and narrator of several best-selling audio and video cassette programs, including Self-Esteem and Peak Performance, How to Build High Self-Esteem, and the Goals program. He is a regularly consulted expert for radio and television broadcasts and has published 14 books, all bestsellers within their categories. Jack addresses over 10 groups each year. His clients include professional associations, government agencies, churches, corporations, schools and school districts, over 100 education associations, and corporate clients such as AT&T, Campbell's Soup, Domino's Pizza, GE, Remax, Sunkist, Supercuts, and Virgin Records. Jack conducts an annual 7-day training of trainers program in the areas of building self-esteem and achieving peak performance. It attracts educators, counselors, parenting trainers, corporate trainers, professional speakers, ministers, and interested others. Who is Mark Victor Hansen? Mark Victor Hansen is a professional speaker who, in the last 20 years, has taught to over 1 million people in 32 countries at over 4,000 presentations in the areas of sales excellence and strategies and personal empowerment and development. Mark has spent a lifetime dedicated to his mission of making a profound and positive difference in people's lives. Throughout his career, he has inspired hundreds of thousands of people to create a more powerful and purposeful future for themselves while stimulating the sale of billions of dollars worth of goods and services. Mark has written numerous books including Future Diary, How to Achieve Total Prosperity, and The Miracle of Tithing, and has co-authored 11 books, including Chicken Soup for the Soul, a second helping of Chicken Soup for the Soul, a third serving of Chicken Soup for the Soul, Chicken Soup for the Soul Cookbook, Dare to Win, and The Aladdin Factor, all with Jack Canfield. As well as speaking and writing, Mark has produced a complete library of personal empowerment audio and video cassette programs that have enabled his listeners to recognize and use their innate abilities in their business and personal lives. His message has made him a popular television and radio personality, with appearances on ABC, NBC, CBS, and HBO. Mark has also appeared on the cover of numerous magazines, including Success and Changes. Success magazine reported his achievement on the cover of their August 1991 issue. Mark is a big man with a heart and spirit to match, an inspiration to all who seek to better themselves. Who is Kimberly Kerbiger? Kimberly Kerbiger has enjoyed many successes in her life, but one of which she is most proud is being called friend by many teenagers. When she began compiling Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul with Jack and Mark, she decided that all the final decisions should be made by teenagers themselves. To accomplish this, she convened and worked with a group of teens who first identified the issues they wanted to see covered and then helped to select the stories that best covered them. The most important theme to Kimberly was that this book be for teenagers and teenagers only. Kimberly is the managing editor of the Chicken Soup for the Soul series of books. She works closely with the authors, co-authors, editors, and contributors, making sure the books all contain that special chicken soup magic. Since there are currently over 30 chicken soup books being written, compiled, and edited, she has her hands full. Kimberly is also an internationally respected jewelry designer and creator of the Kimberly Kerbiger Collection. It is sold in 150 of the finest boutiques and department stores in the nation, including Nordstrom. Most recently, she has become known for her Charms for the Soul, which contain inspirational quotes inspired by the Chicken Soup for the Soul series. She has designed jewelry for numerous television shows and movies, including Melrose Place, Friends, and Mrs. Doubtfire. Kimberly is also proud to call Jack Canfield her brother and confirms that from the time they were both young, she knew he would do something great and kind. She recalls how he used to come home from college and engage her in stories that both entertained and taught lessons. Kimberly is the co-author of the forthcoming Chicken Soup for the Parent's Soul and a second helping of Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul. For further information about Kimberly, yada yada yada, we're not talking about that. Contributors. Several of the stories in this book were taken from books or magazines we have read. These sources are acknowledged in the permission section. Many of the stories and poems were contributed by authors and professional speakers who specialize in working with teens. If you would like to contact them for information on their books, tapes, and seminars, you can reach them at the addresses and phone numbers provided below. Most of the stories were contributed by readers like yourself who had read our previous Chicken for the Soul books and who responded to our request for stories. Over half of these stories were written by teens. We have included information about them as well. Dr. Eric Allenbaugh is a management consultant, a national keynote speaker, and best-selling author of Wake Up Calls. You don't have to sleepwalk through your life, love, or career. Eric has been a guest on nearly 300 television and radio talk shows regarding leadership and life issues. His seminars are frequently... So, here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to say the names. So the contributors for this book are Dr. Eric Allenbaugh, Kif Anderson, Rebecca Berry, Chris Blake, Blue Jean Magazine, Jason Boccaro, Eva Burke, Dave Carpenter, Jack Kavanaugh, Diana L. Chapman, Sandra Cisneros, Nick Curry III, Amanda Dykstra, Melissa Esposito, Christy Galloway, Jenny Garth, Leah Day, Randy Glasbergen, E.J. Green, Lisa Gumanik, Malcolm Hancock, Barbara Hawk, Andrea Hensley, Jennifer Love Hewitt, Ashley Hodgson, Jim Houlihan, Khalil Jameson, Randall Jones, Mary Ellen Klee, Paula Bakleda Kolsky, Tom Cross, Chris Sladish, Allison Lambert, A.J. Langer, Katie Late, Barbara Lewis, Jennifer Lorfink, Jessica Maggers, Layla Malik, James Melanchak, Paula McDonald, Rick Metzger, Chick Mormon, Brooke Mueller, David Naster, Ken Durburn, Nicole Nero, Tony Overman, Teresa Peterson, John Powell S.J., Daphne Rennan, Sheila K. Raymond, Jennifer Rosenfield, Bill Sanders, Jack Sclatter, Harley Squadron, Veronica A. Schultzdahl, Mark E. Smith, Jason Summey, Andrew Turtis, Terry Vandermark, Glenn Van Ekeren, Jennifer Vetter, Sarah Vogt, Jane Watkins, Mary Jane West Delgado, Sharon Whitley, Amy Yerkes, Betty B. Young's Ph.D. And then it does the permissions. But we pretty much talked about that anyway. But yeah, we're finally done with this book. Damn, that's a lot of, what time is it anyway? Yeah, so we're finally done with this book. Took me a good number of hours to get through it, but we finally did it. So, now that we are finished with this book, I did say that because it is indeed the first day of October, and it's about time we start going into the more horror-themed kind of stuff, I'm actually going to be cutting some lines here, if not just this one time, or whatever. But this book is based, this book that I'm about to reveal to everybody here, as the first book that I'll be reading, if not the only book I'll be reading for this month. Excuse me. Yeah, so this book I know if you're saying this book. Now I can actually finish this post because I just wanted to check on something. But yeah, this book, I will finish the sentence, was based on a creepypasta of the same title. This book was so this creepypasta was so popular that the person behind the story made it into a book. And this is actually his first of two books. I actually have his second book because when I was going through this book, I was like, dude, I'm curious to see. Because I liked what I was reading when I was skimming through it. So I'm like, does he have any other books under his belt? And he did, so I bought that too. So I got both of them. But this is his very first book. Now, what is the name of the book in question, you may be asking? Well, to put it simply, Pen Pal. If you've heard of this book, or at least the creepypasta, you likely will know what this book is about. But if you haven't, well, you're about to find out. But I would probably say this book, well, I'm going to read through it for a little bit. I try to read through it as often as much as I can. So that way when I get through to it, I can actually read it for you guys after I made an official rating for it based on what I believe before I start reading it. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, that is all for the stream. Thank you guys for watching. And I apologize for the big length of the stream. But yeah, it is what it is. But either way, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. And until next time, this is Forrest Walpole signing off.